Ambassador Vincent Yao, who is the head of Taipei Mission in Sweden, distinguished panelists, dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending on where you are. My name is Torbjörn Lodén, and I'm the head of the Stockholm China Center at the Institute for Security and Development Policy, the ISDP in Stockholm. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome you all to ISDP's Taiwan-Nordic Forum 2022. This is the second time we are having our annual Nordic-Taiwan Forum in this webinar format. There's a lot that can and should be done to expand and intensify exchange and cooperation between Taiwan and the Nordic countries in different areas. As a research institute and a think tank, the ISDP is committed to contributing to foster closer ties between Taiwan and the Nordic countries. And to explore the possibilities to promote exchange and cooperation is a major objective of this forum. This will probably also be the focus of our discussions today and tomorrow. Taiwan and the Nordic countries share many interests and aspirations. Most importantly, we share the core values of freedom, democracy, human rights, human dignity, etc. Sadly, these values have all become increasingly threatened during the past few years. In the case of Taiwan, this is not merely a theoretical threat to values, but a real threat to the democratic and pluralistic order that the people of Taiwan have achieved in the post-Chiang Kai-shek era. The Russian invasion of Ukraine shows what the threats to a democratic and pluralistic order may at worst lead to. We know that many people in Taiwan feel deep sympathy for the plight of the Ukrainian people. Last Friday, one person who demonstrated in Taipei against the war was reported to have said, "We are all Ukrainians today." No doubt this statement expresses how many people in Taiwan, and for that matter also in the Nordic countries and all over the world, feel today. Taiwan is not Ukraine, and we do not believe that Taiwan will be attacked militarily and become the victim of a war of aggression as Ukraine has been. Yet, we cannot altogether rule out the risk that mainland China will attempt to achieve so-called reunification by means of military force. Therefore, it is important to make it absolutely clear to the leaders in Beijing that any attempt to use military force to change the prevailing order in Taiwan would be totally unacceptable. With the tradition in the Nordic countries of standing up for democracy and human rights, we should demand that our governments play a more active role on the international scene than they have so far in standing up for the right of the people of Taiwan to preserve and develop their social system and their way of life. With these brief words, I declare ISDP's Taiwan-Nordic Forum 2022 open. Unfortunately, Ambassador Yao is unable to be with us today live, but he has recorded a message that I now ask my colleague Larissa Stünkel to play. Please, Larissa.
Professor Torbjörn Lodén, dear panelists and guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure and honor to give the opening remarks to such a distinguished group of panelists and participants. First of all, I would like to thank the Institute for Security and Development Policy for hosting the 2022 Taiwan-Nordic Forum. This two-day online forum will talk about Taiwan's relations with the Nordic, on the aspects of trade, research and development, cultural exchange, and many more. In this juncture of Russia's invasion of Ukraine, why is it important to talk about Taiwan-Nordic relations? As you are aware, that both Taiwan and Ukraine face enormous security threats from their neighbors. Both are resisting the authoritarian rule that their neighbors try to impose on them, and both share the common value of freedom, democracy, and respecting human rights with the European Union in general and with the Nordic in particular. In addition, both have growing economic interests with the Nordic countries. So, it is very timely that the 2022 Taiwan-Nordic Forum is being held today. Not only we're going to touch upon why the Nordic needs to engage with Taiwan, but also we will discuss Taiwan's value as a true partner of the Nordic, the prospects of growing trade relations, and the secured supply chain between Taiwan and the Nordic, and the increasing cooperation on education, research, and people-to-people exchange. Secondly, I take this opportunity to share with you that Taiwan, through the Global Cooperation and Training Framework, or the GCTF, has been sharing experience with the Nordic countries on many emerging global issues related to democratization and human security. The GCTF was established in 2015 between Taiwan and the US as a platform to help Taiwan contribute its capabilities to the international community. Japan and Australia joined the GCTF as full partners later on to make the GCTF a multilateral platform on which more than 60 workshops have been held on issues such as anti-corruption, countering disinformation, digital democracy, women empowerment, sustainable economy, energy security, cybersecurity, to name a few. The participants share experience and build capacities on addressing these emerging challenges. Thousands of participants from over 60 countries have benefited from these workshops. We are glad that the Nordic countries have also found these emerging global issues important and increased their engagement with Taiwan. It is my hope that through the Taiwan-Nordic Forum, we could work together to identify issue areas where we have common interest, so that we could continue to broaden and deepen our cooperation in the future through the GCTF or any other platforms. Finally, I would also like to take this opportunity to reiterate again, like I always do, that Taiwan, with the size of land close to the Netherlands, the size of population close to Australia, is the 20th largest economy in the world. Our per capita GDP in terms of dispensable income is close to Germany, and military capability close to Canada. Taiwan has the 5th largest foreign exchange reserves and is the 17th largest exporter and the 14th largest importer in the world. The relations between Taiwan and the Nordic have been mutually beneficial. I am certain that the 2022 Taiwan-Nordic Forum will allow us to discover the commonalities between Taiwan and the Nordic and explore more opportunities to work together in the future. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you a very successful discussion today and tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Yao, for your inspiring words of welcome. Now we are, I think, 4 minutes ahead of schedule. So I suggest that we wait until 9 o'clock sharp to begin our first session, which will be moderated by my colleague, Julian Tucker, to whom I give the word really only now, but let us wait until 9 o'clock. Thank you so much.
Okay, patience and punctuality are both great virtues that we take very seriously. But I think we can start now and hope that any stragglers can either watch a professionally edited video or can sort of follow our discussion in real time. So good morning, everybody, or good afternoon, good evening, depending on from where you are joining us. And welcome to our first panel on Nordic perspectives on engaging Taiwan. My name is Julian Tucker, as you can probably see in the bottom of the screen, and I am a research fellow here at ISDP. It's my pleasure to be the moderator and the chair for this first panel. What that means is that I will keep a close eye on the time, and I will try to organize the discussion as much as possible, but we really want to try to really embrace the breadth of the topic in the time allotted to us. So together with our distinguished panelists, for the next hour and a half, we are going to look at some of the ways in which the relationship between the Nordic countries and Taiwan have manifested, how they've developed, and maybe try to speculate a little bit about how things will look going forward. I'm very excited. I hope you are as well. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce our three distinguished panelists, all three of them. After that, each of our panelists will have an opportunity to share their prepared remarks with us here on the panel and with you, the audience, tuning in from home or at work or on your phones. Then the panelists will have an opportunity to react to one another and to me as the moderator. I'll try to direct some questions, but we also want to open it up to you, the audience. So please feel free to use the Q&A function to collect some questions during the presentations and during the initial discussion, and then I will take it upon myself to direct them to our panelists. All right, now that that's out of the way, let me quickly go to the introductions. First off, we have Julie Yuwen Chen, who is a professor of Chinese studies at the University of Helsinki in Finland. She is the university's academic liaison with the Nordic Institute for Asian Studies in Copenhagen and at the Nordic Center at Fudan University. She's currently representing Finland in the Cost Action China and Europe Research Network, which is an EU-funded initiative. Then we have Ola Westberg, who has served as the Swedish Consul General in New York and as the Director General of the Swedish Institute. Ola holds a degree in political science and economic history from Stockholm University. And as a parliamentarian, he was a member of the Swedish-Taiwan Friendship Association during the 1990s. He was also a member of the Swedish Democratic Committee and has traveled to Taiwan several times, including in a journalistic capacity. In 2020, he published a book called Den hotade demokratin, Threatened Democracy, which is available in Swedish for anybody who is interested. Then, last but not least, we have Viking Boman, who is an analyst at the Swedish National China Center. Viking has a dual degree in international affairs from the London School of Economics and Peking University. Viking has previously worked at the Swedish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and at the Swedish Embassy in Beijing. He recently published an excellent report on China's coercive diplomatic approach to Lithuania, and previously co-authored a brief on Chinese propaganda efforts here in Sweden. So we have a very distinguished panel. I should also say, I'm sorry if I have mispronounced anything. I have a track record for very poor pronunciation in Chinese, Swedish, Russian, you name it. But yes, so introductions can take a long time when you have such a distinguished panel, but I think you are all here not to listen to me, but to our panelists. So I will now pass the floor to Julie. Julie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Julian. You pronounced everything correctly. And hello, everybody. My name is Julie Yuwen Chen. In fact, it's quite an interesting coincidence. This is the first time I speak as a Finnish and Taiwanese citizens on Finland-Taiwan relations. So I feel that this is just such an honor to report and update to our audience about development. And perhaps as no surprise, there isn't really much, seriously at the political level due to the lack of diplomatic relations between Finland and Taiwan. And I think some of our audience here also are aware that Finland is often regarded as one of the few countries who generally maintain a good relationship with People's Republic of China without any major hiccups. Of course, lately, because of these geopolitical changes in the world, this has slightly changed. But in general, I would say Finland maintain a very smooth relationship with China. And in that regard, of course, Taiwan's role is relatively minor. And well, a bit of background here. In fact, my presentation is based on my writing and also Jyrki Kallio's writing. He is not able to participate today, but Jyrki Kallio is a known sinologist and China expert at Finnish Institute of International Affairs, and I value a lot of his input. So this is not purely my input, but also combining with his long-term observation. And actually, Taiwan only managed to set up a representative office in Helsinki in 1990. It's a bit quite late, and followed by that, I guess it's reciprocal. So Finland also set up some kind of office in Taiwan in 1991. That office has been renamed as the Finland Trade Center in 2018. And basically, this institute or this center is part of the Business Finland, so Finnish governmental organization promoting trade and tourism investment. So you can see the interest of Finland towards Taiwan. Because of this lack of extensive political relations, I thought my focus today would be on several other dimensions. I will still talk about politics, but I would say maybe there is more at the parliamentarian level than at the real political level. So this is the first thing I will highlight. The second thing is I want to talk about the mainstream media in Finland and how they look at Taiwan. And my argument is that due to the COVID pandemic, in fact, Taiwan's visibility in the mainstream media has highly increased. So I want to explore this aspect, but in between, I will talk a bit about the trade as well as the cultural exchanges to show you a comprehensive picture. So basically, let me start with the political relations. As many EU countries are the same, they adhere to the so-called One China policy, and Finland is the same. But the foreign ministry in Finland has been vigilant in ensuring that the One China policy does not become unnecessarily restrictive. And in fact, the Chinese embassy in Finland has several times put pressure on Finnish authorities to refrain from using the term Taiwan as a reference to a political entity separate from China. And of course, the intention is clear. And for instance, in 2018, the Finnish Immigration Service also was approached by the Chinese embassy and with the demand to change how they refer, Finnish government refer to Taiwan. So to be like Taiwan part of China, Taiwan, China, things like that. This was not the first time embassy was putting pressure. And however, after consulting with several experts and foreign ministry officials, the immigration office decided they want Taiwan to be used as a term in their system. And furthermore, Finland has been quietly raising the profile of a bilateral relationship with Taiwan. So quietly, I guess this is really the Finnish approach. In 2011, for instance, the permanent secretary, Jyrki Virtanen, he was from the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment. So he led a delegation to Taipei for some trade talks. So that was the first time there was such a meeting of such a high level. And then the talk was followed by the visit of the Taiwanese representative to Finland in 2010. So this kind of trade talk basically and business forum have since then taken place every other year. And however, I think Finland is still not ready. They don't feel that Finland's ready to send a career diplomat because I know several EU states have followed something like that as a practice, but Finland feel that they are not ready to send a career diplomat to Taiwan yet. So another important thing at the political level I noticed is that in Finnish Ministry of Foreign Affairs, in 2021, so last year, they published this governmental action plan on China. And the last plan was published 10 years ago. So last year was really the newer version. And if you compare the newer version, one slight change is I think Taiwan does have a bit more support in this action plan. And there is a phrase that, Finland wants to support Taiwan's meaningful participation in international organizations. No surprise, I think this is a reaction to the COVID situation and Taiwan's, invisible participation in the global health community. So the Finnish government, joining with the other EU member states, wanted to say out loud they support Taiwan's meaningful participation in the international community. So that is the political level. There are really not much development, but the parliamentarian level, I noticed that there has been more action since the current Taiwan representative Janet Chang office in Helsinki. She has been quite active approaching the Finnish parliamentarians. Unfortunately, I was not able to get the name list, and I guess this is kept confidential on purpose. From public media, where you read about Finnish parliamentarian support for Taiwan, constantly you will see the name of, for instance, MP Mikko Karna. So he's a parliamentarian from the Central Party, or Inka Hopsu from the Green Party. So it seems that there is even various political parties in Finland willing to feel sympathetic for Taiwan. And Mikko Karna's visibility is clear because he is very active on Twitter. You always see that he's talking about Taiwan, and in a pandemic time, he even arranged the mask from Taiwan to be delivered to Finland, while the Finnish government didn't want it to do that. So he kind of bypassed the support of the government and just did it himself. And so this is primarily, I would say, the political level. Ironically, I think something we have to bear in mind is I often notice in Taiwan's media, they talk about parliamentarian Mikko Karna as if he's a Finnish government official, and this might misread the Taiwanese reader to think, okay, Finland in fact officially supports Taiwan in various issues, but this is not true. So that's the political issue. Bilateral trade, maybe I just briefly mentioned due to the limited time. Bilateral trade, I would say because the Finnish market is relatively small, there isn't really Taiwanese big companies that have local factories in Finland. And so if they have some business in Finland, they usually rely on the Finnish local distributors for sales or some kind of services in Finland. The big Taiwanese firms, usually they are located in Sweden. For instance, Acer or Asutech, they are in Stockholm, and just have some service bases in Finland. Overall, and in fact, I have to thank Finland Trade Center in Taiwan have been helping me with some of the information. So I understand that, in fact, despite of the pandemic, the trade has been growing, and maybe a small hiccup in the beginning of the pandemic, but after all, the trade has not changed much. And tourism, of course, has been impacted. So there are fewer tourists from both sides. So that's the trade. The educational exchanges has always been there, but in a smaller scale, perhaps compared with Sweden or other EU countries. Those names that you often hear, like Taiwan Scholarship or Huayu Enrichment Scholarship, they're everywhere, and same as well in Finland. So Finnish students get to have those scholarships to conduct academic study in Taiwan or to learn Mandarin in Taiwan. And last year, I think the Taiwan's Ministry of Foreign Affairs initiated the so-called Taiwan-Europe Connectivity Scholarship. So this is a new scholarship and initiated at the foreign ministry level. So this is a bit interesting. And the idea, again, is to bring in foreign students, a bit creative, I feel, because one of the goals is also for Taiwan government to kind of cooperate with these foreign students and to offer English teaching when they are studying in Taiwan. And this is part of Taiwan's goal to become a bilingual nation by 2030. So they have this new initiative. And at various universities in Finland, you can also see different levels of cooperations. And for instance, where I am in University of Helsinki, we have partnership at the university level with National Taiwan University, National Tsinghua University. So we have strategic targets. So I think academically, the cooperation has always been there. But because Finland is a small country, so the number of Finnish participants in those initiatives are much fewer. And the last thing I want to mention is media coverage, which I find very interesting. I managed to go to Finland's largest newspaper's digital archive. It's located in Helsinki. So Helsinki Sanomat is the main newspaper. I went to the archive, which allowed me to track all the discussions about Taiwan through the founding of the newspaper back in, I think, was it 1998? That was when the newspaper was founded. And I checked all the data. And over time, I would say there wasn't too much anything about Taiwan, you know. And if there's anything about Taiwan, usually it's part of some kind of international news. However, from 2013 to 2021, and I think this is really the time when Xi Jinping came to power, 2013, right? Taiwan's visibility become more in the Finnish newspaper, and particularly during the pandemic, even more so. And what is also very interesting is that Helsinki Sanomat has a Asia correspondent, Mari Maninen. She's an award-winning journalist and writer. And she was not able to go to China as a journalist, like many journalists during the pandemic. So there was a period of time she stayed a few months in Taiwan. She had no choice. And because she was there, and then she started to really write interesting articles about Taiwan beyond those international politics story. So I think it was a small window of opportunity for Finnish readers to understand Taiwan, about its indigenous people, about its death metal band, or vegetarian culture, Buddhism culture, things like that. And I think as me, somebody who comes from Taiwan, I feel this is positive. Taiwan is always being seen as a political issue, but in fact, it's a country, it's a society with diverse stories, and issues have been presented. So that was a short window opportunity. And after Marlene left Taiwan, she's in China. I think Helsinki Sanomat now regularly have stories about Taiwan covering different aspects. So this is something positive that I have observed. But my co-author, Jyrki Kallio, he's a bit more critical and thinks that he's a long-term observer. He also has been criticizing that the Finnish media, when they talk about Taiwan, because I guess it's for convenience, they often use the word Taiwan directly in their news report. But that caused a lot of confusion, I guess, in the reader's mind. Is Taiwan an independent country? Something like that. So I guess journalist has his own way of writing to maybe simplify the story, but his own concern is that perhaps the Finnish audience will never understand the complexity of the issue if you simply use those terms without explaining what it means. To conclude, well, due to lack of formal diplomatic relations, we understand that most relations are basically practical. So there's trade, there's tourism, educational exchanges, and then maybe in recent years, through the parliamentarians, Taiwan does have a more visibility in the political scene, and the media also starts to pick up on Taiwan. And that is kind of wrap up my presentation, and I look forward to interacting further with you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Julie. Particularly your comments on the media and education, and of course the role of parliamentarians is very interesting, and I hope that we'll be able to discuss that a little bit more in depth in the discussion and in the Q&A. But now we go to a former parliamentarian. Ole, the floor is yours.
Yes, it was interesting to listen to Julia Chen from Helsinki. Well, as you might have heard, I have been to Taiwan several times, and I was a member of the board of the Sweden-Taiwan Friendship Association when it was founded about 25 years ago. In the book on democracy, Den hotade demokratin, I published last year, I emphasize that Taiwan is a role model for Sweden when it comes to so-called midterm democracy. In Taiwan, the citizens have more of influence between the election days than how it is in Sweden. In 5 weeks coming, I will come with another book, I tidens skugga, and there will be a full chapter on Taiwan and its prominent democracy. Today, we should know that China does not condemn Russia's actions against Ukraine. And Xi Jinping's arguments for attacking Taiwan are similar to Putin's on Ukraine. China has generally shown agreement with Russia. It is clear that the concentration on Russia's Ukraine attack could lead China to attack Taiwan in the belief that it would lead to less global concentration than it would otherwise. There is a parallel between Ukraine and Taiwan. Taiwan is clearly on Ukraine's side, and it participates in sanctions against Russia. And Taiwan has recently sent a lot of medicine to Ukraine, more than any other country in the world. And in both cases, there are dictatorships that can attack democracies. Russia against Ukraine and China against Taiwan. Reasonably, the democratic European Union should support Taiwan in the current situation. Sweden should also work for the European Union to make it clear that it will boycott China if China attacks Taiwan. There is reasons for why we should not formally recognize Taiwan at this time, as it could increase the risk for military conflict with China. However, Sweden should declare that if China attacks Taiwan, we should really recognize Taiwan immediately. And however, Sweden should be much more closely associated with democratic Taiwan. Sweden has not recognized Taiwan, but it would be reasonable for the Taiwanese representative in Sweden to be treated as an ambassador and allowed to meet with the king and the Swedish Minister of Foreign Affairs as other ambassadors. Swedish ministers should receive Taiwanese colleagues and visit Taiwan themselves. Sweden, I'm going to talk very short. Sweden assumes that we will receive NATO support if we should be attacked. If China attacks Taiwan, NATO should help Taiwan, and Sweden must then reasonably stand behind NATO, which should military support Taiwan. So even we should be a part of that in that bad situation. I think we are in a risky situation, but anyhow, we should be very clear in our support. Thank you.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Ole, for your comments. Hopefully we can get back a little bit more to this discussion about Taiwan's relationship with the greater world and the current situation, the current war in Ukraine. But first, we will go now to Viking. And Viking, as I understand it, you have a PowerPoint presentation for us. So can you try sharing your screen?
Yes, I will try sharing my screen. And thank you very much, Ole. That was very interesting, the Russian aspect here. We've also been following China's position, so I hope we can discuss that later on. Can you see my screen now? Yes, okay. Yeah, so I'll talk a little bit about Sweden-Taiwan relations. As it happens, I've been working a little bit with my colleague Benjamin Davies on this issue, so I thought I'd share a few points here. So firstly, just a brief, very brief history. In 1950, Sweden was early to recognize the People's Republic of China. You know this, and this has spotted quite a lot of goodwill from Beijing, and it's still used, I believe, by both sides to emphasize the long-standing relationship. And Sweden, after that, even before the 1971 issue in the United Nations, where it was discussed whether China's seat should be held by the PRC or ROP. Even before that, Sweden argued in favor of the PRC position that the PRC should in fact represent China. And in 1971, when the decision came up, Sweden was very clear. So this is a quote by the Swedish ambassador to the UN at the time, which is very clear, saying the sole legitimate Chinese government is that of the People's Republic of China, and that dual representation would be both unconstitutional and dangerous. And once the decision was taken, the Swedish government said that it was very, very satisfied with the decision. But then in the 80s and 90s, there seemed to be an expanding contacts. So a Swedish industries trade office was established in 1982, and in Taipei, and a Taipei Trade, Tourism and Information Office was established in Stockholm the year before. And going into the 90s, there were these contacts seemed to expand more, and there were a number of semi-official visits, etc. But nonetheless, Sweden has been was careful at this time not to upset PRC. So in 2002, for example, then Folkpartiet, I believe, currently the Liberals, invited the Taiwanese president, but apparently the visa was denied, and the Swedish Vice Prime Minister said that this was a provocation, that we needed to maintain order in diplomatic relations, and so on. And some more recent developments. In 1984, there was a joint business council established, and this is still held. This has been held every year since then, I believe. It's basically yearly trade talks at the level of state secretary. So both formal talks and workshops and seminars. And then in 1992, Business Sweden took over Sweden's representation in Taiwan, and this is I believe similar to the Finnish setup, where Business Sweden is partly owned by the state, and the representative there is a trade diplomat that deals with trade promotion and some consular services as well. And then in 1994, the Taipei Trade, Tourism and Information Office changed name to Taipei Mission, which is a bit more formal. And I thought I'd say something about current trends as well. And I'll skip the trade aspects here because I know you'll be talking about that tomorrow. But I'll just make one point about migration. And this is an image of granted residence permits to Taiwanese citizens. And this only shows numbers up until 2019, because after that we have a clear pandemic effect. So if I would show you those numbers, that wouldn't really make any sense. So I think this might be the best numbers that we have to show a trend. And as you can see, they're not, the numbers are not huge, but they are growing. And the biggest group here coming to Sweden are students and researchers. And then if you compare that to Chinese citizens applying for residence permits, there are much more people. But there is no trend there's no growing trend here. So it's stable and even sinking. And I find that quite interesting. And we haven't looked into the drivers for this trend yet, but I thought I'd mention this to you anyway. And now some current political dynamics. So I think in general, I think there's a perception that Sweden is positive towards developing ties with Taiwan. And for Taiwan, like Julie said about Finland, to participate in international organizations. but in a way that is compatible with the one China policy. So that creates a bunch of limitations, of course. But there also seems to be a growing interest in Taiwan in general, and I assume this is connected in part to the pandemic, but also to the growing awareness and criticism against China for its human rights abuses and other authoritarian practices and its assertive foreign policy posture. So I don't think it would be an exaggeration to say that there's a dominant view in Sweden that Taiwan is a fellow democracy that should be supported in one way or another. And there have also been a number of policy proposals. So here are a few. There's been talks about upgrading the office in Taipei to make it more than just business, maybe a general Swedish office. And then there has been a proposal for Sweden to push harder for the investment agreement, bilateral investment agreement with Taiwan at the EU level. And there's also been a direct talks about direct flight connections, but I'm not quite sure of the status of that. And what's interesting to note here, and maybe Ulla is more familiar with the current dynamics, but to me, as an observer from the outside, it seems like conservative political parties have been particularly engaged recently. And that's perhaps not surprising as they are in opposition. But there seems to be generally a bigger push on that side. So if you look at the Friend Group Association, for example, the president of that group has been for a long time either from the Moderate Party or from the Christian Democrats. So if we have a change of government, is it possible that we will see a more proactive stance on Taiwan? Maybe, I'm not sure. And maybe they would even more consider some of these policy proposals as well. But I wouldn't expect any major shifts unless there's, of course, significant change on the EU level. You know, I would expect Sweden to follow the general trend of EU policy on China and Taiwan. So that's basically it from me. I look forward to discussing.
Okay, thank you very much, Viking. I'm particularly interested in the political dynamics that you mentioned just now, and that oppositional dimension to those dynamics. So now I would like to give all of our panelists an opportunity to respond to one another and to kind of open the floor up a little bit for that. I would encourage everybody in the audience to ask questions. We still have an hour to discuss. I should make one quick addendum. Our panel on trade, on Taiwan-Nordic trade is actually today at 1 o'clock. But don't worry, I'll give everybody a reminder again at the end to make sure that you have an opportunity to enjoy our forum to the fullest. But so first, I would like to give it off to the panelists. Would anybody like to respond to anything that has been said now? You guys are nodding your heads yes. Julie, would you like to go first, maybe?
Well, not exactly, but I was very curious about this political thing that Vicky mentioned. You know, so you mentioned conservative political parties currently are more sympathetic, and I think it is the similar trend in several other countries, for instance, the USA. But in Finland, I find it interesting. There are cross-party, but not everybody. It's always in different parties. There are individuals willing to have a stance on Taiwan. And this is just my observation. I don't have further, you know, in-depth in it. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's interesting in Sweden, and I'm sure Olle knows more about this. But if you think about the reasons, you know, for why the conservatives are more active, I think that maybe there is a reason for that. If you go back to the Cold War, where the right part of the political spectrum was really engaged in the fight for the Baltic nations' freedoms, in the fight against communism, etc., etc.
Yeah, And this is something I feel like it needs to be further developed in the sense, and China often use this argument, oh, you are supporting Taiwan because you still stay with this Cold War mentality, as if only conservative people will think about the issue of Taiwan. So politically, I think those from the other spectrums, should also be considering, what Taiwan means for their own country. I'm sure for the more liberal sides, they will also see the benefit of cooperating more with Taiwan. That's my opinion.
I don't think it's in Sweden is a political about the ideology about supporting Taiwan or not. It's more about who are really engaged for the freedom or have had contacts. And therefore, I think it is the principle of supporting Taiwan, and it has to be more informed about so that more people really know about it. For example, it's very essential that the members of the Swedish members of the European parliaments really are active. And I think the European Parliament should invite the president of Taiwan to speak there. And I know that Karin Karlsbro, who is a liberal, has taken that question. It hasn't been decided, but she has made it actual anyhow.
Any other thoughts or reactions to each other's presentations or words?
Well, I can maybe latch on to what Ulle was saying initially about the what it means for the Taiwan issue, the Russian invasion, and I guess the initial hypothesis.
I think we may have just lost Viking briefly. Oh, but he's back.
Should I? Did you?
Maybe you could repeat your point, Viking. Sorry.
Yeah, no worries. Okay, I'll repeat. So I guess the additional hypothesis when it comes to this issue has been that it could concentrate the U.S. attention to Europe in a way that would make support for Taiwan less strong. But I've also seen counter arguments against this, saying that this invasion has really, and the Western response to it has really shown Western resolve on this issue, and it's shown that the United States cares, that the EU cares, and that it will be standing up for other countries on these issues. And the way that the US has signaled its resolve by sending delegations to Taiwan, communicating clearer on its support for Taiwan, that it might have even.
I'm afraid we've briefly lost Viking again, but maybe we can give him or his internet connection 15-20 seconds to see if it reestablishes the connection. But in the meantime, audience, please think of questions that you would like to direct to our panelists.
I think there's a question in this chat, isn't it?
We'll collect a few questions and then come to that. But maybe if you guys don't have anything direct that you want to direct to one another, I can maybe start opening the floor a little bit with some of the questions that I've prepared. In my preparation for chairing this the panel today, I collected several questions, and Viking is back. Great. So I was just about to do it. No problem. These types of things happen all the time in our webinar format. It's part of the territory. But maybe I can direct a question to all of you as panelists about Russia-Ukraine. And there have been many comparisons now in the past week between, or many analogies being drawn between Ukraine and Russia and Taiwan and China. And just as many articles and comments have sort of responded and said that those comparisons gloss over a lot of tactical, political, and ideological, as well as historical factors. How would you respond to these to this emergent narrative about the similarities between Ukraine and Taiwan? Would anybody like to take up the question?
Yes, I can express my personal view. Of course, there are similarities, which has been mentioned in the press, so I don't want to repeat that. But I'm a bit curious about the reactions. So and to be honest, I'm a bit more cynical because I think the West can do only so much. And we see that already in the Ukrainian crisis, so much, okay, sanctions, and of course, rhetorical expression of support of Ukraine and humanitarian aid. And that sends a strong signal to Taiwan. That's how much the West can do. And militarily, that means Taiwan still needs to have the capacity to defend itself. But I think there is a big question mark. And my personal view is that Taiwan has no capacity militarily to defend itself. And this comes down to a very pessimistic scenario. And I think Taiwan needs to think that in case an attack has happened, what options it does have. And of course, there is no way to expect that there will be an immediate military intervention from United States or even from neighboring Japan. It all takes time anyway. If they really want to help, they still need to discuss for a few days. And Taiwan is such a small island. So can you even sustain yourself in a few days? And this is kind of I draw from the reaction of the West, and this is kind of my concern. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that we for Sweden should make Taiwan a bit closer, not only formally. There are about 100 young Swedes who are studying at Taiwanese universities, and that could be more, and that could be more spread to universities. And also, there would be, Taiwan is a nice country to visit, and therefore, we would have more of tourism of Swedes going to Taiwan. That are things that will keep Taiwan a bit closer.
Mm-hmm. Viking, do you have any response?
Yeah, so I think, I agree with you that we should be careful when we compare the two cases, definitely. But at the same time, comparing Ukraine to Taiwan, but there are clear connections still. Like events in one theater will affect events in the other, and China's considerations when it comes to Ukraine are clearly impacted by its view on Taiwan, right? So, for example, I imagine that some of China's initial reluctance on Ukraine was due to the fact that these events could in some way be interpreted as maybe tacitly legitimizing separatism, right? And it would want none of that with regard to Taiwan. And then, like I was saying, I don't know how much you heard, but I think this is a clear signal about U.S. resolve and Western resolve in general. What is happening to Russia's economy right now is not. It's unprecedented.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We had touched briefly in the discussion on the role of the media, and just to try to connect the idea of the media to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, it seems now that one of the striking phenomena of the war, or this phase of the war, has been the willingness of people in Russia to demonstrate and to show their opposition to the government's decision to deploy military force in Ukraine, despite significant personal risk and the difficulty that the Russian authorities have had with controlling media discourse. By contrast, on the Chinese social internet and state media, there's been a much stronger narrative that is supportive of the Kremlin's, euphemistically, we could call it approach to Ukraine, but really we should call it what it is, an invasion and sort of clear violations of international norms. To what extent does this speak toward a disciplining of narratives about warfare and, as you mentioned, separatism, Viking, in the Chinese media, Chinese-speaking media, and how is the Taiwanese social internet and media responding to this? Do we see any developments there, or are there any early conclusions that we can try to draw?
I think the Chinese response, the civilian responses, as you may call, on social media, and this simply indicates the Chinese people, and not all of them, of course, but a certain sector of the Chinese people have long been brainwashed, and their anger, their support for Russia's attack in fact also reflect their eagerness to see that Taiwan will go back to their motherland. So they have been long brainwashed and not understanding the reality of Taiwan's development. They don't read the correct information, how Taiwan has prospered as a democratic country and its civil society. Whenever I talk to certain Chinese people, it seems that they always get the wrong impression of Taiwan. Yeah, and this is something that Taiwanese government has tried to tackle and try to get rid of this information. And I think in Taiwan, as you have previously mentioned, I think in general in the media and the social media, there is widespread support for not just Ukraine, but I think the calling for that democratic countries really have to work together more strongly and closely. We have underestimated the damage that authoritarian coalitions could do to our current world order.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you, Julie. Ola, Viking, any thoughts? No, you're shaking your heads no, and you remain muted. So perhaps we can go on to another question then, but I'm sure we'll return to some of these discussions when we bring in the audience a little bit more. But it is very striking that Taiwan is in a very unique position in the world of international affairs. Despite having the economic, infrastructural, and historical shape of a country, it maintains very few official diplomatic relations, and it does so under, following the stipulations of the One China policy with countries that recognize it as the Republic of China. And so the government presenting the entirety of the Chinese people, and in some cases surrounding areas, like hypothetically Mongolia. But the number of states that continue to recognize Taiwan is dwindling. I believe it's now down to 14. And in part, this is because of pressure from the PRC, which has made it clear also that there cannot be any sort of dual recognition type regime. Can you speak a little bit about the role of this official diplomacy and what this reduction might mean for Taiwan, the Taiwanese people, and for Taiwanese partners abroad? Any thoughts?
Well, I thought I can give the floor to the other two panelists first,
Well, we'd love to hear your comments, Julie, if you have any. I have a reputation for asking very difficult questions, so it's okay.
Well, I think this reduction of Taiwan's allies, it has been, of course, well planned. And I think everything is, China basically had the string on a lot of countries that are kind of, straddling in between. And it just depends on the moment that they feel, okay, this is time to punish another, just to show Taiwan how China can really punish you. Then I pull the string and that one is gone. So this kind of secretive diplomacy has been undertaken, which I cannot comment on how they did it, but I think I have seen this repeatedly. Unfortunately, this is something we cannot resolve, because after all, it's true that if you are just counting diplomatic allies, and Taiwan really has a shaky place. Taiwan cannot change this in any second. And so the world has to have a bit more creative when you try to engage with a de facto state but not a de jure state in the international system. And you know, a like-minded democracy lacking all of these kind of legal status, you need to be creative to engage. So previously we mentioned that, you know, maybe a certain kind of more formal regulation, and then to facilitate further trade or, you know, exchanges of scholars or from different sectors of society should be increased. Mm-hmm. That's my view. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think I agree that there must be limitations to only counting diplomatic allies, right? So, and I'm really not very knowledgeable on this topic, but you know, from where I stand or from where I'm listening, it does seem like a lot of countries are looking at how they can increase their ties with Taiwan, right, and increase their support for Taiwan. So that must say something about how isolated or not Taiwan is as well, I suppose.
We all have about the same, saying about the same. And the only thing is that it should be more spread among the people, because I think if we should do any sort of researches to see opinion researches, there wouldn't be many who would react. So we should all try to get more publicity about Taiwan. That's the reason, not about what to say. I think that's unit.
Yes.
Please, Julie.
Yeah, and I think recently I noticed in Nordic country, there is one positive development, and that is there has been more academic lectures or educational lectures on Taiwan after the pandemic. And also the Taiwan government has taken more initiative to kind of provide funding. And this is positive, at least from Helsinki. I see that the students really appreciate that. They say they never know that this is Taiwan is like this, you know, they know what they read in the newspaper. And so this kind of efforts, I wouldn't call it soft power strategy, you know, but it's efforts to understand the issue in a more deeper way. You know, this is very important. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think that point that you have also made and brought up previously, that there is a desire for a more in-depth understanding of this unique situation that Taiwan is in, and this sort of the trajectory of Taiwan is quite important. And you mentioned as well, Julie, that from 2013 onward, when Xi Jinping came to power in China, or acceded to the upper echelons of power, there was an increase in that desire to read about and to try to better understand Taiwan. And several developments in recent years, particularly in areas that the Communist Party views as maybe suffering from a trend towards separatism, have also influenced that, or perceptions at least abroad, about the unique situation in Taiwan. And that includes Tibet, Inner Mongolia, Xinjiang, Hong Kong, and of course the pressure that is leveraged towards Taiwan. Could you guys comment at all about those policies and how those policies have maybe begun to shape not only the outside world's perception of Taiwan, but Taiwan's perception of itself, or the perception of the Taiwanese people of their situation in the world? Difficult questions, I know.
But Hong Kong is a good parallel, because Taiwan said, China said, when it made its concession with Great Britain about having Hong Kong, they said that Hong Kong should have a sort of right to act on themselves, but in practice they didn't. And there's a lot of Hong Kong people who have fled to Taiwan, which is typical.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe following the Hong Kong thing, you know, there is a dilemma here. I think the Hong Kong story tells us that when China really want to bring you back to the motherland, they can do it faster than they have originally scheduled. So in recent years, all of these incidents in the Hong Kong society created more protest. And but the other side of the story is the Chinese government then further have more suppression and wanting to put it back. And Taiwan is facing a similar tricky situation here. In a way, Taiwan is becoming more vocal internationally and indeed gathering more sympathy. But then if you do too much, then China will interpret as you are being too eager to declare you are independent country, and and they really. So I think there is this uncertainty that when Xi Jinping would really want to take Taiwan back is still there, and it become more a salient after the Ukraine crisis.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. I have one more question before we open it up to the audience, and one point that I would like to build on, which is the discussion about unification or separation. Of course, we often emphasize, or we often hear the point that Taiwan and mainland China have not been part of the same political regime for a very long time, aside from perhaps a brief window between 1945 and 1949. And even then you had conditions that were civil war conditions in the country, which weren't very conducive to building close cultural, personal, and familial ties. However, since then, you have had the phenomenon of mainland Chinese refugees fleeing to Taiwan as part of the retreat by Chiang Kai-shek there. You've had the phenomenon of so-called mainland brides, people marrying into Taiwan. You've had efforts, certainly by the PRC, to try to make Taiwan more beholden to the mainland economically by promoting people-to-people ties. So I suppose the point that should be made here is that the political regimes of Taiwan and mainland China, the PRC, have been very, very separate for a very long time. My question is, how does this shape the perceptions of Taiwan and Taiwan's role in the world in mainland China? You had mentioned before, Julie, that there was a very strong government narrative about Taiwan, but how does that resonate with the Chinese population? Do differences, for example, in the orthography of simplified Chinese and traditional Chinese characters used in the mainland and Taiwan foster a sense of separation, or I shouldn't use the word separation, but of cultural distinctiveness? Can we comment on that a little bit before going to the questions, comments?
You again brought up a very, very big question, and I'm not so sure if I can cover everything, but I tend to think this that Taiwan and China, what really differs now is their identity, and one has gone on a democratic trajectory and really see itself as a vibrant democratic society and has to do ABCDE well, the other one not. And so even, you can say maybe perhaps 99% of them are ethnically, both sides, are ethnically quite similar, but the value and, the way, when you live in a different type of regime, your behavior all changes. So this value, identity, norms have all been so different, making it really, really difficult just to say that we can be together again. So even though you mentioned the mainlanders, and there has been some study about also this different generation of mainlander, perhaps the first generation that went with Chiang Kai-shek does have a strong, yearning for going back to the motherland because they were really born there. But with time, of course, they have passed away. And the second, third generations, in fact, might have a different value. Some of them already want to identify themselves with Taiwan as where they were born, and then identify with the democratic value. There were attempts for the mainlanders to trying to go back, like kind of opening up. But then when they go back, most of them actually feel very disappointed. They realize the motherland that they were yearning for is no longer the same. And I feel that, and this is the trickiest point, is that you cannot force true democracy and authoritarian regime to remarry. Yeah.
But just about 10 years ago, there was a lot of contacts between Taiwan and China. There were Taiwanese investments in China. that were very big. And there were also, very easy to contact and fly between. And there also were Chinese who studied at the universities in Taiwan, and also the opposite. And now they're the only flights that are close to each other, that's the military ones, not the private. So this is a sign that there are a much risky situation today, which we have to prepare for.
Yes, and of course, in every society, there are always people with different plans. So some Taiwanese people do see the business opportunity, and they would rather really be rejoined with the great motherland. But I would say increasingly they become a minority. And I also have known people who have invested, like you say, Taiwanese people who are invested in mainland China, have their firms or factories there. But they some of them separate, business is business. But when you ask me who I am, I'm Taiwanese, and I want Taiwan to be a democratic country. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So with that, I think I will open up the discussion to the Q&A that we've collected, but please, members of the audience, feel free to add questions or comments that you might have, and I'll paraphrase them for our panelists. So the first question is directed to Viking, but we can also open up a discussion about it, which is from Bengt Johansson, who asks why you did not mention the first ministerial visit to Taiwan in 1992, which included a formal meeting with President Lee Teng-hui, or the later visit by then Minister of Industry Per Westerberg in 1994, which was without an official meeting.
Yeah, no, there's no particular reason that I didn't mention it. I think I mentioned it in the context of saying, in the early 90s there were some semi-official visits, but these are actually useful details, because we're working on a study on this, and it's not always easy to find records from the history between Sweden and Taiwan. I assume it's similar in some other Nordic countries. So that's very useful. Thank you, Bengt. And maybe we can talk more about that, because I'd love to hear some more details.
Yeah, we always encourage these kinds of exchanges. Okay, then we have a question from Glenn Liu, who directs his question to all of the panelists. How do you interpret the recent development of the Miljöpartiet, Centerpartiet, and Vänsterpartiet voicing support and concern about Taiwan in the Riksdag recently? Of course, maybe we can open that up to party discussions about Finland or other Nordic countries as well.
I am not aware of this Riksdag thing.
I'm sorry, that's the Swedish Parliament.
Yes, okay, sorry. Yeah. Maybe the Swedish colleague will be more qualified to answer.
Ola, do you perhaps have any comment? I believe you're muted.
Well, I have no special information about the political parties' action or what to think about Taiwan. It wouldn't be difficult to get close to all the parties to stand up behind Taiwan, anyhow, in principle. Then one can discuss what they are going to do with things that costs and military things. But anyhow, I haven't seen or heard any debate about any debate in the parliament about Taiwan. I think that's one of the problems, that Taiwan is not deep in Sweden.
Viking, do you have any comment?
Well, I haven't seen the exact phrasings of Centerpartiet and Vänsterpartiet, but I did see Miljöpartiet's writing on this, and to my mind that was actually a new thing. They said something about how we should work in support of Taiwan, together with like-minded partners in support of Taiwan's recognition as a sovereign entity or something like this. So I don't know the exact phrasing, but I think that's part of the general political dynamics that we're seeing, that there's more interest for the two reasons I mentioned before. Probably the pandemic played a role, and growing awareness about China.
We've lost Viking again at a key moment, but perhaps we can go on to the next question and then he will rejoin us in a moment. This is always one of the great things about webinars, you have people jumping in and out. So we have Yanxie Huang, who asks a hypothetical question, which we can maybe use as the basis for a little bit of discussion or thought. If Taiwan would fall under the control of the PRC, what would be the impact, and how would it make any difference in the world? So should mainland, should the CCP manage to force, presumably militarily, reunification between Taiwan and mainland China, or what they would refer to as reunification between Taiwan and mainland China, how would that affect the world stage? Sorry, Viking, we lost you briefly mid comment, moved on to the next hypothetical question. Of course, it's very difficult to comment on a hypothetical future situation, but.
I think there are different levels of impact, and perhaps, you know, for Europeans, you wouldn't see this is something that would be damaging, except maybe you will have a shortage of, you know, the chips, you know, because Taiwan is kind of one of the key places where we have a semiconductor industry. So I think for Europeans, the pain is not that big. But for America and for Japan, definitely this Pacific area will face stronger dominance of Chinese authoritarian rule. And this is something that Americans, and I think the same with for the Japanese, they don't want to see. So the impact is the spread of further authoritarianism in more part of our world, and shows the defeat of our democracy. Is something that we perhaps don't want to see. Yeah. I know there will be people say, well, you know, my life goes on, particularly if you're in Europe, you feel this is nothing, that it doesn't really hurt you. And I can understand that aspect. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think it's very clear that close to everyone in Taiwan now look upon themselves as Taiwanese, not as Chinese. So the risk that there will be another sort of Taiwanese relation to China is about nothing at all. And I think that that we all have to make Taiwan more well known all over the world. And there's a lot of things to do there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, we've just gotten another question that is of a similar similar direction by Paulius Bugis. If a Chinese invasion of Taiwan were to happen in the near future, how do you, as the panelists, believe that the West, presumably meaning countries in the European Union and North America, respond? How different would these responses be to what we've seen in Ukraine? Asks Paulius Bugis. And of course, it's very difficult to speculate because the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the response now is also very recent. But maybe with that caveat, would you be willing to hazard some guesses about potential parallels in such a future scenario? Again, hypothetical future scenario.
You know, again, I'm a bit cynical. I feel that the West can only do too much, and so the sanctions and the rhetorical support is what we will see, perhaps in the same situation with Taiwan. And of course, so the Europeans, the maximum is sanction, and I'm going to bet the EU is going to be very divided about the sanction towards China than towards Russia. You know, the Ukraine crisis is basically in Europe's backyard. That's why the EU is, you know, more unified in this case. But when it comes to Taiwan, I think the EU itself cannot even be too unified on the issue. Certain sanctions, you know, such as like after the Tiananmen Square massacre, right? And so there was a EU arms embargo on China, but this kind of embargo, to be honest, it doesn't mean too much. And it's nowadays being seen as outdated because individual EU member states can still find other means to have business with Chinese in this kind of industry. And the question is really, will there be a military intervention in Taiwan's case? That I really don't know. I mean, from support from US or Japan, yeah. I don't know what other panelists think about this.
Ole, Viking?
Well,
I think Viking is better.
Viking, please go ahead.
Oh, okay, thank you. No, well, just one crucial difference, I suppose, would be that the United States would play a much more direct role militarily, right? Than it is doing in Europe, but it would play a similarly important role when it comes to economic sanctions, etc. Right? On the point that the EU would probably be very divided against on this issue, it's possible. It's very hard to say. I mean, very hard to say.
Ah, the curse of the middling internet connection. Okay, we have one final point. I believe Torbjorn has a question for us as well that he would share orally. But before we get to that, we also have a comment from one of our viewers, Yufan Chang, who reminds us to be careful about the word separation, pointing to the fact that Taiwan has never been a part of the People's Republic of China, which was established in October 1949. And that this is one of the motivations for the PRC to want to invade Taiwan. If you guys have any comments about that, you could share them now.
Yeah, but well, you know, we just have to understand Taiwan is de facto independent state, right? But internationally, as a legal, if you ask if there's any international legal support for it or the Jew state, this is still questionable. Yeah. But I'm not disagreeing with what this audience has mentioned in the comments. Yes.
Ole, do you have a comment? You're muted, but yeah.
I prefer most often to listen to Viking, who is knew more about those facts.
Okay, I think that is all the questions we have in the Q&A function. Torbjorn, would you like to share a question with us?
If I may, yes. So perhaps it's rather a couple of comments, and then I would like to hear what our panelists think about this. The first question that I would like to address briefly is the question of the image of Taiwan and the Taiwanese in the People's Republic of China, in mainland China. Of course, there are 1.4 billion Chinese people, so who can speak about the balls? Certainly, my perspective is very narrow. But still, I would like to add to the discussion that we have had from the panel that in my experience, I have often found expressions of admiration for Taiwan and the Taiwanese among mainland friends. Of course, these friends have mainly been intellectuals, scholars, and people in the cultural sphere, but I think it's still very important, and therefore I hope that cultural contexts and scholarly contexts and exchange between Taiwan and mainland China will survive and continue this terrible period when mainland China is ruled by Xi Jinping. As I think Ole Westberg pointed out, there were a lot of contexts earlier, and I think that if you just beneath the surface, there is Taiwan and the Taiwanese still enjoys considerable goodwill at least in the mainland elite. For instance, if we speak about the political system, I think that many people in mainland China envy Taiwan, their democracies. And I've heard more positive, more admiring statements about Taiwan's leaders in mainland China than I've actually heard in Taiwan itself, where the debate and discussion is often very heated. This was one comment that I would like to hear your views about and reactions to. Then I would, if I may take up the time, also try to say a couple of things about how different political forces in Sweden relate to Taiwan. One thing that I would like to add, I don't know how important this really is, but I think it has some significance, is that the fact that the political right in Sweden is more interested in Taiwan is a historical legacy. When I began to take an interest in China in the mid-1960s, the only people who were really interested in Taiwan at that time were people belonging to what was then called the Right Party. And I think to some extent this has survived. Of course, at least from the 1970s, I think that representatives of the Swedish liberals have almost been a kind of vanguard when it comes to trying to open up the eyes of Swedes to the democratization to the reforms in Taiwan, not the early 70s, but in the aftermath of the death of Chiang Kai-shek in 1975, I think some liberal politicians exerted themselves to make us see more of Taiwan. And of course, the Nordicist Per Ahlmark was the key figure in this regard. But I'm sure, Olle, I don't remember exactly, but I'm sure you were also quite early in this. But it is a bit sad to have to say that, admit that Social Democrats have often been overly cautious when it comes to approaching China. And I think overly cautious is a word that often comes to mind when I think of how official Sweden relates to Taiwan. But in conclusion, may I add one more thing that I think in particular Olle has touched upon several times. I think insofar that we discuss Taiwan at all in Sweden, I think too much focus is on how we relate politically at the top level to Taiwan. I think far more important is to develop knowledge of Taiwan in Sweden and to promote exchange in tourism, in culture, in education, and in science. This, I think, will be very important in order to bring Taiwan and the Nordic countries together. And such closer ties and cooperation will inevitably also have political results. So rather than by beginning to fight for formal recognition or dual recognition, I think is a concept a la mode at the present, rather than putting too much energy on this, I think that we should do our utmost to increase contacts and cooperation in the cultural fields. Take an organization such as the Swedish Institute, which Olle headed, I think, for a few years. Couldn't the Swedish Institute do much more than it has so far in order to promote exchange with Taiwan? Or what we call in Swedish Kulturrådet, the Cultural Council, could also do considerably more than they have. There is an exaggerated caution on the part of official Sweden or there has been, to deal with Taiwanese exchange and Taiwanese matters. But this is now changing and improving. So I'm not all that pessimistic. I mean, the immediate threat now has to do with the political situation and the threat of so-called reunification, which must be averted. Any attempt on the part of the mainland leadership to incorporate Taiwan with military force would be absolutely disastrous. So it's vitally important, of course, that the international community makes it clear that this will not be tolerated. Thank you.
Well, as all the time, a very short comment, but Torbjörn mentioned Per Ahlmark, who was the leader of the Liberal Party, and he was the one who started the friendship organization between Sweden and Taiwan, and he put me in the board immediately. But what's interesting is that what's it's called, the democratic party that's leading in Taiwan today. It's a member of the Liberal International, which means that those in the Liberal Party who are active in the Liberal International, they will meet Taiwanese people, which is a very good way to make it international. But as I have said all the time, I think that close to all Swedish politicians are very low about Taiwan. Not that they are against or anything like that, but they are not very engaged in it. And they should really be more informed. That could be a good thing to do. And of course, when Taiwan had their yearly big meeting, which was in the Historical Museum this year, there were representatives from several parties, and among others, the former Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Carl Bildt was there, which was good.
Maybe I kind of follow up I feel the same in Finland at the governmental level. There is this overly, cautiousness. And compared with Sweden, I think Finland is also in general more reluctant to even support Taiwan in various other issues. I think Sweden is at this, from what I understand, I think you are much more vocal than Finland, and this often begs the question: is the Nordic region even consistent and have a consistent when it comes to Taiwan issue? And I guess the answer is not. And this is something that I feel has to be improved, and to be improved by what, to kind of pick up what you say, I think it's wiser not to talk about, not to just fight for this sovereignty issue, which one you will never find an answer. I think the Taiwan issue has to be a bit more creative, and by engaging citizens of various levels and scholar exchanges and deepen understanding is very important. And my another comment is related to what Torbjörn just mentioned, like the understanding of Chinese people, how much do they understand Taiwan and the image of Taiwan or Taiwanese people in the minds of mainlanders. This is something very intriguing. And I have met people of all sorts, and they have all sorts of opinions. To be honest, I don't have a statistically valid data to say which one is the dominant one. But what I do think that what the Taiwan government should do, and this is kind of the message to Taiwan government, is not to cut the people-to-people exchanges with mainland Chinese students and also their scholars. I feel in recent years, because of the increasing uneasy situations, of course, China tried to bar people to go to Taiwan, but I think Taiwan government has become like, there is this southbound policy, so the direction has changed. But one has to remember, Taiwan government and the Taiwan society and Taiwanese people need to continue to understand the true China from various perspectives. So the government, in fact, should, instead of just moving southward, northward, whichward, in fact, you should continue to look at China and further exchanges as much as you can. And I do believe this admiration, and this a very non-statistical observation. I do see a lot of admirations from mainlanders mainland Chinese people when they think about Taiwan, and that admiration has to be deepened. And and that might even in the longer term change the overall public opinion about Taiwan in China, and that might be offer us some kind of a hope in steering the history towards a non-military ending of the conflict. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Julie. We're coming to the end of this first panel. Do any of you have any concluding statements that you would like to make? Please, within like 1 minute or less. No? All right, you are shaking your heads no. Well, first of all, thank you very much to all of you for taking part in this first important panel. Thank you very much to the audience for listening and contributing with questions and comments. The discussion continues today at 1 o'clock. We will have our second panel on trade, and tomorrow we will have another 2 panels as part of our Taiwan-Nordic Forum. But for now, we'll take an hour and a half long break for lunch. Thank you all very, very much. I look forward to further discussions with you. And I believe I can get away with dismissing everybody 5 minutes early so they can get a little bit of lunch. So maybe the audience can virtually join me in giving a big hand to our panelists. Thank you very much. And please feel free to recommend this panel to any of your friends. We've been live on Facebook, so you can find the video of this panel discussion on our Facebook page, and the discussion continues online. So please like and subscribe. Yeah, see you for the second half of the panel. Bye, everybody.
Let's go ahead. Second panel of the day. Welcome everyone again, if you're returning, or welcome to those who have not joined us before, to this year's Taiwan-Nordic Forum, and the second panel on trade relations. We're still waiting for one more participant, but we're gonna just go ahead and he'll join us in a few minutes. So oh, there he is. So now we're complete. Perfect. All right, so welcome to the second panel on trade relations. I guess we've all been we're all still in thoughts with Ukraine, so this is gonna overshadow the event, I'm pretty sure. But still, there is a lot to talk about, and especially when it comes to supply chains and geopolitical frictions that have increased over the past few months. So today we're going to be talking about the Nordic countries and their economic relations with Taiwan. And this morning we had a discussion on diplomatic relations. So now we're going to just switch focus a bit. And I'm very happy that we have 4 distinguished panelists joining us today. First off, we have Margareta Cederfelt, who is a Swedish politician and a member of the Swedish Parliament for the Moderate Party since 1999. And she concurrently serves as the president of the OSCE Parliamentary Association. And this might affect her participation today, so she might drop out at some point because of the Ukraine situation. Then we have Håkan Jevere, who is a Swedish ambassador and currently serving as the Swedish government's special envoy on organized crime. And he served as the Swedish representative to Taiwan between 2018 and 2020. We have Johan Nylander, who is in Hong Kong at this point, who is an award-winning author and a freelance Asia correspondent for Sweden's leading daily newspaper, Dagens Industri. He was also published by CNN and Forbes, and has published a book called The Epic Split, Why Made in China is Going Out of Style. And last but not least, we have Mark Lantain, who is in Norway for us, who is an associate professor of political science at the Arctic University, specializing in China, East Asia, and polar regional politics. So without further ado, I will give the floor to Margareta to tell us about her personal experience and her intake on Sweden-Taiwan economic relations. Here, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stunkert. It's, ladies and gentlemen, I would first like to say thank you to the organizer for inviting me to participate in this important Taiwan-Nordic Forum for 2022. Unfortunately, when I accepted to take part in this panel, I didn't know, no one of us did know, that the Russian war against Ukraine should start last week. And as president of the Organization for Security and Cooperation Parliamentary Assembly, long word, am I very busy and engaged in supporting peace and stable peace inside Ukraine. So I will not be able to stay for the whole event. I hope you can accept my apologies for this. I would like to say when it comes, oh yes, this morning we have had in the Swedish Parliament an extending committee on foreign affairs. We did discuss, of course, the situation in Ukraine and Russia, but on the agenda was also our bills about the relation with China, the relation with Taiwan, and I can say that there is a strong support. I have seen how the view in Sweden is changing, and there is a growing support for Taiwan. There is also the growing support for increase the diplomatic relations. I don't say that we have a formal established, but we have an informal relations with our contacts in Taiwan and our business area. But we are working on it, and there is a small different view how to act on this, but the support for Taiwan is growing. And I and my colleagues, and sorry, but I am from a political party. I am from the moderate party, and there are different parties. So I give my view as a moderate politician. We are very much looking up on, from my party, on Lithuania, who have extended their diplomatic relations with, and formalized it with Taiwan. And I think this is an important way to look on and also to follow. But it's my political way. It's not really the formal view in Sweden yet, but I hope it will be for the future. But now back to today here. I believe very, very strongly in trade and market economy. And I see that those are closely related to economic development, but as well to a free, open, democratic society. And I can't see a full democracy without a free economy. I can't see a full democracy without a civil society, without transparency, without accountability. And that's why I see this event as very important, because Sweden and Taiwan have and share essential values, such as respect for democracy, human rights, rule of law, freedom of speech. And our two countries are in fact closer to each other than many people might realize at the first glance. And I have had the honor to visit Taiwan several times, and I have noticed this by myself. But also when I have met with with Taiwanese academics, cultural personals, and ordinary people from Taiwan who have visited Sweden, I could see and notice that our perspectives, our views are very similar. But I would also say that not only do our countries share the above mentioned core values, we are all also have strong relations with regards to academic exchange and trade. And I have met with students, Swedish students in Taiwan, and I are really pleased to study in Taiwan. But there is, however, great potential to continue to further deepen and strengthen our relations, our diplomatic relations, as well as our trade relations. And as Sweden is a part of the European Union, is also the EU's foreign affairs principles very important for us and our relations. And that's why I will mention a bit about European Unions and the decision taken there. There is the bilateral investment agreement between EU and Taiwan. And I think this could serve as an important ground for strengthening the trade relations between Sweden as well as European Union and Taiwan. For the European Union has a common trade policy, and the EU has rightfully spent much effort on establishing free trade agreements with other countries, such as Japan and Canada. Likewise, bilateral investment agreement between the EU and Taiwan would be mutually beneficial and an important step to further enhance and develop the trade relations between Sweden and Taiwan. continuing the strengthening of the trade relations with Taiwan is in fact one of the best ways to support democracy and human rights in the East Asian region, which is one of the main objectivities for the Swedish government foreign policies. And this is in line with the statement of the government policy presented in the parliamentary debate on foreign affairs in February 2019, but also during 2020 and forward. My party, the Moderate, has stated very clearly that we want to see increased relations between Sweden and Taiwan. And I am therefore very pleased that in this year's debate on the foreign affairs in February, it also the Christian Democrats, the Center Party, and the Liberals spoke very strongly on the importance of increased cooperation between Sweden and Taiwan. The importance of the BIA with Taiwan has been stressed many times in the European Parliament as well as in the Swedish Parliament. And let me just mention a few points on this. That the European Parliament adopted the report on the recommendation on EU and Taiwan political relations and cooperation in 2021. The adoption of the report is of great significance to the European EU and the Taiwan relations. And for this is the first ever EP report on the comprehensive relations between EU and Taiwan. And this is a strong message as there is almost all Europe stand behind European Union and our members. It's not only examines the current cooperation in a wide scope of areas, but also set forward looking goals for the EU and Taiwan to pursue, such as to work very closely with the member states to intensify the European EU-Taiwan political relations and to pursue a comprehensive and enhanced partnership, encourage the increased economic, scientific, cultural, political exchanges, including at the most senior level. Urgently, begin an impact assessment, public consultation, and scoping exercise for an EU-Taiwan bilateral investment agreement. And I strongly do as well advocate Taiwan's meaningful participation in the WHO, ICAO, Interpol, and the UNFCCC. I see it's very important. And this was visible, not at least when it was the COVID-19, because Taiwan managed to cooperate and prevent the infection, the spread of the virus very well inside the society. It also do a good job on developing vaccine. And to say, like China have done, to hold out Taiwan from WHO, I don't see it's meaningful. It's counterproductive. We need to share views, to share experience, to share knowledge. That's the only way forward. I don't see to close doors, to leave somebody behind, to leave Taiwan outside. It's not beneficial for anybody, not even for China. I would also say that talking about diplomatic relations, I do condemn China's economic sanctions on Lithuania, as I believe in free trade, free market. I think this is a huge problem, and it's against all kind of freedoms. There should be it should be more countries who recognize the diplomatic relations with China, not China, I mean with Taiwan, because then it's more difficult for China to put sanctions on those countries who develop the diplomatic relations. I do also see it's very important for European Union and its member countries to promote human rights and freedom of religion in the Indo-Pacific region, because promoting this, it means also to strengthen free trade, to strengthen market economy, and strengthen the countries, strengthen the societies and the civil society. And it will also show the difference between regimes. And I think this is one main point today. I say it not only because we could see what's happening in Ukraine. I say it for the future and for a peaceful world. But I would also say that there is another part that's important, and it's the disinformation. We know that disinformation is a weapon used very, very strongly by totalitarian regimes. It's a way to manipulate the fact, to manipulate people. And I think this is something that democratic countries need to think more about. Democratic countries, but also companies, business fields, because if there is all this kind of disinformation, troll fabrics, so on, how should people be able to build trust among each other? I don't see that's possible. So let's have a common strategy as well, not only diplomatic, not only trade, also a common strategy for fighting disinformation. I think this is one of the most important issues for the future. I have already said a few words about COVID-19, so I will not continue with this. But I do also say, as I started with, I think academic exchange is also important. When young people meet, when young people share views and make friends for the rest of their life, they will also have relations that's very strong for all other fields they will take part in, regardless of occupation. I do believe also in research strategy, to have a research strategy where the front researchers, when basic researchers as well, are working together, because we could see that countries who cooperate will also benefit from the academic side. And this benefits the development of new knowledge, of new technologies, and it develops also the business field with new companies. And talking not less about developing new facts, the climate. For the climate, for the benefit of a safe world, a world with a solid climate policy, I think we need also more of cooperation between countries. And I have been before engaged in an organization called the Parliamentarians for Global Action. I was its president for 4 years. We worked with the high seas and the need for a regulation on them. And this is another topic that I see as important to work on. It shows the need of politics, but it shows also the need of the trade of the fishing industry. Because these days there is a huge amount of overfishing in the high seas. And countries who don't respect the international agreed limits on fishing and regulation. I think this is also a part very important for the future. But I have now mentioned quite a lot of different topics I see as essential for continued and deepened cooperation between Sweden and Taiwan, as well as European Union and Taiwan. And let's work for this. I will continue my work together with my colleagues from the different parties in the Swedish Parliament. And I will hang on for a while, but not for the whole event because of other duties. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Margareta, for your insightful views. I think that was a very good opening to all of this. So I would like to take the floor now. You're muted. Could you?
There we go.
There we go. Yes,
Yeah.
perfect.
Hi, I just see if I can share the screen here somehow, if that's possible. Can you now see my screen, I wonder?
No, we cannot.
No,
Do you see
okay.
the little share screen button on the bottom?
Yeah, I have that one, but let me see. There, I want to share. What do I want to share? Okay, and let's see. Can you see my screen now?
Now we can see your screen. Yeah, perfect. Perfect. That's great.
Taiwan-Nordic Forum is in front of you, I hope now.
Yes, it is.
Great. First of all, thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to speak about one of my favorite subjects, of course, Taiwan, the beautiful, wonderful island with so many friends. So happy to see you all again, and really looking forward to this discussion. First of all, when we talk about trade here, I think that we must be sort of clear that even though Sweden is doing well, I would say on a global perspective, the world is running very fast, and we need to run faster. So we need to engage more, and we need to engage more with economies that are relevant for the future, and I do believe that Taiwan is truly such an example, and I would assume that Johan will come into this as well from his perspective as well, and see what the trade between Europe and Asia, Sweden and Taiwan later on. So I got the opportunity to spend 7 years in Asia and 2 last years in Taiwan, and it's very, very interesting to see the rapid development and the rapid, massive growth of Taiwan. And I do believe that Asia, if we look outside of China, but Asia is underestimated in Europe and Sweden, and Taiwan especially so. And why is that? I don't know. I listened into the earlier panel. Maybe we don't talk enough about Taiwan and what Taiwan actually means in the global supply chain and so on. So I would like just to say a few words on the sort of basic fact, which I think is extremely important when we talk about this. Taiwan has managed the pandemic very well, and you all know that. And this has meant that while others have suffered economically, Taiwan has showed massive growth during the pandemic. 2021 showed the figures just above 6% in growth. So that would mean that, yes, if you're a businessman and you see that kind of growth, you would want to be there. And of course, the pandemic has made things difficult, but I think that these growth figures are no surprise, and they've been there for quite some time. So that should really attract businesses and increase trade. And then at the same time, we see huge infrastructure investments, and of course in Taiwan, the offshore wind is truly very, very interesting, and it was and has been a little bit frustrating for us Swedes who were present and who still are present in Taiwan, to see that Swedish companies are not as aggressive as our, for instance, Danish, the Netherlands, UK, and so on. And I personally believe that we must be part of the sustainable future. And in my personal opinion is that the climate change issue is the decisive moments will be what happens in Asia. So therefore we need to be there. And I do believe that the government of Taiwan has fully understood this and see that if we are part of building offshore wind in Taiwan, we will be able to play an important role in Southeast Asia as a whole. So very, very interesting from this perspective. And this also puts to the next line here that Taiwan is an important entry point to Asia, and also the new southbound policy. We know already the huge impact that Taiwan has in China with all the investments throughout the years, but also now see the sort of diversification to other parts of Asia, and therefore the new southbound policy of actually investing more and putting more emphasis into trading with the Southeast Asian countries will be important. And here is another opportunity, of course, for Swedish companies and Swedish entities to hook up and work together with Taiwanese in exploring the region. I have climate here as a separate line, and the Vietnam example. Maybe they have changed a little bit now, but it's very clear that a lot of production have moved to Vietnam, and that means they need energy, and that has up till recently meant a massive investment in new coal power plants. Therefore, we also need to be part of this from a climate perspective of providing sustainable solutions in these regions. And I think we have a tendency in Sweden to talk about sustainability, talk about climate quite a lot. But when it comes to actually be out there where it can really make a big difference, we still have some way to go. And then, of course, one must never underestimate the importance of Taiwan as a player in the global supply chain. Not only within the semiconductor, which has been quite a lot in the European press now with the lack of or not the full lack, but the high demand on semiconductors. And of course, Taiwan plays, well, maybe the most important role in the global supply chains when it comes to semiconductors. But not only that, I do believe that it's important for us to realize that Taiwan has made this massive journey when it comes to technology. And this means that not only the world leaders within different kinds of segments, but also really highly innovative. So if you're in the software business and you have to connect that to the hardware, that's where Taiwan comes in. And I'm actually surprised to see that many of the big Swedish companies do not put enough sort of engineers in Taiwan. So I think we have a lot of things to work on to improve that. And of course, also, I would love to see more engineers and more companies coming to Sweden and foresee a greater exchange. I have written here the top 100, and that relates to, if you look to the top 100 exporting companies from China to the US. On that list, from China to the US, 35 companies are Taiwanese owned. And I believe when last time I looked, it was 33 owned by China. So that also shows the importance of Taiwan also in the Chinese economy. I also mentioned here the Apple example, and this puts into the perspective of how we Swedes could actually look upon this. Spoke to head of APAC, Apple, when I was in Taiwan, and he said we have approximately 500 engineers visiting Taiwan every day to work with the suppliers to be able to produce the best products. And that is adding on to the engineers Apple, of course, have their own on a regular basis. I would like to see more of that and more interaction. And it's great to see that we have interaction with young Swedish engineers doing a year of exchange in Taiwan and vice versa. I think that's important for the future. I mentioned also semiconductors already, so I jumped that. But in this regard, some may see it as a political issue, but for me, the importance of a direct flight cannot be underestimated when it comes to actually increasing trade. And if we were to manage to have that, I think that it would be extremely beneficial for Sweden and Taiwan. This is just a figure over the growth from 2000 until 2022, and as you can see, how Taiwan managed to sort of survive and even be even more successful during the pandemic is truly impressive. Of course, the pandemic has made us all, in a sense, isolated. We cannot travel as we used to. But I think that Taiwan has really shown that they've been able to keep up the communication lines between different businesses to be able to still produce really good growth. So here is a little bit about facts about Taiwan, and I think that we Swedes need to bring this into mind when we make decisions about going or investing or trading with Taiwan. And of course, the number one, welcoming to expats. Taipei placed first among cities in International's Expat Insider. And this is actually 2021, so it's 3 years in a row. So they've been extremely successful. And Taipei is a wonderful place to live in. And then you have some other indexes here. It's very clear, intellectual property right, low grades of corruption and so on. So it's really a good place to consider when you want to enter Asia and even China. I mean, who would know the Chinese way of doing business better than the Taiwanese, who has such a long experience and such connections with Chinese businesses. Just a little bit of a fun fact. I mean, it's not only tech; it's also the bicycle kingdom. Well, the tech companies, top 100 technology leaders, 13 are from Taiwan, quite amazing. Electric vehicles, don't underestimate the importance of Taiwan supply chain in this for the future. And of course, Taiwan has shown really agile activities in placing themselves as relevant suppliers. So that will continue to be important. Textiles are also, it's so interesting to see many of the Swedish brands, when it comes to more advanced textiles, they source them from Taiwan. And actually, when we visited a textile producer in Taiwan, it was a great opportunity who make sort of biodegradable polyester like textiles. And it was interesting to see that the main product to actually do that was paper from Sweden. So that was Modo packaged all over this place in the middle of Taiwan and then producing the best and most modern textiles. Yeah, I mentioned all the top 100 already. This is a little bit of this. I'm sorry, this is in Swedish, but this is, as you can see, how based on the decisions today, how it looks on coal, oil, gas, nuclear, and so on. And it's very clear with the decisions made today, coal and oil will continue to grow as an energy source. And this means that we have to be present where these development happens. And primarily, I would say this happens in Asia all over. So we need to be partners with friends in Asia to be able to turn this around. So key to success at the end of the day, I hope Fredrik, Fredrik Boye, you recognize some people in the picture here. But I would say that we have to be present, and this is a challenge for many companies, how to be able to be present, because it's a matter of cost, and then you would like to have local managers and so on. But we need to see the owners, the board more members of coming and actually interacting and become friends with other important decision makers in Taiwan. And I would say that key important player in this regard is, of course, the Wallenberg family, who travels quite a lot. You need to have long-term perspective, long-term engagement, open to cooperation, and should not underestimate the academic exchange and research. And we need to do better here. I'm very, very impressed by many Swedish universities who actually interacts with Taiwan, but we also need to take it to the next level of not only having the exchange of the student, we need to have on a higher level of academics exchange. And on the picture, you can also see Mr. Bertil Andersson. He was the head of NTU in Singapore, not National Taiwan University, but in Singapore. And he is one of the few heads of universities who've been able to actually make an international career and be successful in Asia. And I would like to see more of those high-end academics who can take on roles on a global perspective. So really longing forward to see higher level of increased exchange with Taiwanese universities. So we need Swedes who dares, and then you see, of course, Roger Samuelsson on the picture, SHL. I think that's a great story. A Swede who arrives in Taiwan and then builds one of the most important players within the medical equipment in the world, and that could only happen in Taiwan, and that could only happen if you dare to do things. So at the end of the day, we need to run faster, we need to engage more, and of course, when we do all this, we will also be able to handle other challenges when we are closely interconnected. So I think I stop there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. That was a really great introduction, and you both, Håkan and Margareta, you already touched upon a few points that we might want to take up during discussion. So let me now give the floor to Mark Lantain to take us to the Norwegian side of all of this.
Thank you, everyone. Great to be here. So I am speaking from Tromsø, which is about as far north as you can get in Norway without falling into the Arctic Ocean. And I have to say the weather has not been great for the past 2 days, so I'm very much missing Taiwan and especially Kaohsiung. So it's really great to be here. Talking about Norway's trade and economic relations with Taiwan, it is a very interesting process, especially when you look at, on one hand, a great deal of good news, but also quite a bit of work that still needs to be done. So just starting out with a few statistics, like we've been dealing with a steadily growing trade relationship between the two parties. Trade has gone from 2015, we were talking about bilateral trade of about US 719 million to last year 976 million. And it's been understood that there's still a great deal of room for improvement, especially in key sectors. As was noted, Taiwan's economy and trade has expanded quite a bit, is very heavily dominated by high technology, a lot of discussion about chips and semiconductors, about various other manufactured products. But at the same time, one area where Norway is looking at Taiwan very closely is in the area of green technology, which is something which Norway has put a great deal of emphasis on over the past few years. Because we are an Arctic state, because Norway is really seeking to develop a policy of environmental responsibility, it has been looking very carefully at seeking out partners to help build technologies, especially those that are relevant to the far north, relevant to the Arctic, as the Arctic itself continues to open up. So I start with the idea that certainly the more the merrier in terms of partners that can deal with these sectors. However, where I say there's still quite a bit of work to be done, the first point that needs to be brought in right away is that unlike Denmark, unlike Sweden and Finland, Norway does not have a trade representative office representing Taiwan. Norway has conducted economic relations with Taipei through the Danish office since 2004. And Taiwan has not had a representative office in Norway since 2017. Now, the reason for the 2017 closure was described by a representative of the Taiwan Foreign Ministry as, and I'm quoting here, "The representative office in Norway has been unable to enhance bilateral relations for a very long time, and Norway has no intention to set up a representative office in Taiwan." So this is obviously a very significant obstacle to closer economic cooperation. And I think this is an area which very much needs to be addressed. This situation has also been blamed for a slowing of momentum in many ways in improving economic contacts between Oslo and Taipei. A lot of trade issues are very often deferred to the Taiwan office in Stockholm. And as I'm going to be explaining, there are two political issues in Norway which have also acted as braces, if you will, against further improvement in Taiwan relations, including in economic affairs. The first of these has been the aftershocks of the diplomatic freeze between China and Norway between 2010 and 2016. This was caused by the awarding of the Nobel Peace Prize to Liu Xiaobo, dissident, in 2010. This created a very significant diplomatic break between Oslo and Beijing, which was only resolved in very late 2016 with a memorandum of understanding. Now, this memorandum is very key when we talk about Taiwan, because the agreement that was signed between Oslo and Beijing included a pledge that the Norwegian government would not support any actions which would be seen as undermining China's sovereignty and territorial integrity, and that Norway would reaffirm its commitment to the One China policy. And again, I'm quoting, "will do its best to avoid any damage similar to what was caused before." Now, it is very clear since 2016 that this document is, as far as Beijing is concerned, a platform for future relations between China and Norway. And this was already hinted at a few times in discussions between the Chinese and Norwegian Foreign Ministry. A few years ago, there was quite a bit of discussion here in Norway about potentially nominating the Hong Kong demonstrators for the Peace Prize. Chinese representatives of the Chinese Foreign Ministry hinted at this and suggested that this would be in contravention of the MOU. So the concern is that any moves, even economically, to improve the relationship between Oslo and Taipei would be considered in contravention of the MOU. So this is a very serious case of squaring the circle. Now, the second brace, sort of related to the first, is the fact that Norway has been seeking to negotiate a free trade agreement with China for a very long time. The talks began more than 15 years ago, but there was obviously a pause that took place between 2010 and 2016 because of the diplomatic freeze. The talks restarted in 2017. And we still are not completely sure when these negotiations are going to wrap up. But it is also understood that this is also acting as a restraint of sorts in Norway improving further economic relations with Taiwan. Now, I should point out a few areas when it came to the diplomatic freeze and economic relations between Norway and China. The amount of economic damage to Norway during the diplomatic freeze at the end of the day was very minimal. Like, for all of the discussion about the disruption to the Norwegian seafood industry, there was all kinds of talk about how Norwegian salmon could not get into China and this was causing major damage to the industry. Not really the case. What was actually happening in many cases is that a lot of Norwegian salmon was simply entering China through a third party, either through the Faroe Islands or Hong Kong, or in some cases Vietnam. I remember I was doing some work in Shanghai, I think it was 2012-13, and I was walking through a busy shopping thoroughfare. I was passing by some restaurants and they were openly advertising Norwegian salmon. So the actual damage to the industry was actually quite negligible. And during this period, I should point out, overall, Sino-Norwegian trade went up. So in many cases, this was a question of inconvenience. Like, it was very difficult, for example, to have high-level contacts between business leaders of the two countries. And obviously, any government-to-government contacts were also extremely difficult. Where the situation gets a little bit more complicated, though, is many have pointed to the opportunities lost during this period, that the free trade agreement was stalled, that it was difficult for key Norwegian sectors, and I'm talking primarily about energy and shipping, to develop new deals with China. So this was still a very difficult period economically. Now, the conservative government in Norway, the previous government, had traditionally taken on a much softer line on Taiwan in comparison with other parties here in the country. But the previous Erna Solberg government, she was in power when diplomatic relations with China were restored, has been reluctant since then to take any steps after 2016 to potentially adversely affect any relations with Beijing. And the current government of Jonas Gahr Støre appears to be taking the same line. This does have its critics, though, including those who are arguing that this is taking place at the expense of enhanced economic cooperation with Taiwan. It's also been noted correctly that even a successful completion of a free trade agreement is no guarantee of a quiet and ordinary economic relationship. Just speak with Australia right now. They have had a free trade agreement that has done very little to prevent a significant slowdown of economic relations between these two governments. I should also point out that it was not that long ago that a majority of the youth sectors of each of the major, almost all of the political parties in Norway have also come out against the signing of the free trade agreement with China. So momentum is starting to kind of push back towards simply too close an economic relationship between Norway and China. This is obviously a consideration when we take into account human rights issues and obviously China's more assertive foreign policy of late. Now, with various other European governments, including, for example, Lithuania was pointed out, trying to improve bilateral relations with Taiwan. Also the fact that there's been a great deal of focus in Europe-Taiwan relations on health diplomacy and, as I mentioned, high technology. Norway is at risk of starting to look a little bit more like an outlier, especially since various neighbors like Denmark have benefited greatly from much of their Taiwanese trade. And Lithuania has also turned its trade relationship much closer to Taipei after being subject to a great deal of geoeconomic pressure from Beijing. Now, this has really caused complications in Norway, and many government officials here have had to sidestep or really try to avoid kind of linking the issues of improving economic relations with Taiwan and trying to keep an even keel with China together. There was a case December last year when Norwegian Foreign Minister Anniken Huitfeldt made a statement saying that she had regretted the fact that China-Lithuanian relations had deteriorated, but that the strong trading relationship between Oslo and Beijing would not really be affected by what was happening with Lithuania, and that halting free trade negotiations, I should add, would not help the Lithuania situation. So again, a little bit of a distinction is being drawn. Also, she worried that this kind of pressure on China would lead to greater polarization of international politics. That's a quote. Now, two other areas where Norway has also been called upon to better address Taiwanese interests on the international level, and this will obviously have also a great deal of effect on the trade relationship. First of all, the question of Taiwan's inclusion in the World Health Organization, which was previously noted. This is obviously a much more pressing issue. Taiwan has greatly distinguished itself during the time of the pandemic, and if this pandemic has taught us anything, it is definitely a situation where all hands are needed on deck. The Tsai Ing-wen government has been recognized for its role in combating the coronavirus and also providing a model for health diplomacy in the future. Now, this has been noticed by the Norwegian government. I would like to stress that. The previous health minister, for example, Bent Høie, noted that a dialogue should be made about granting Taiwan observer to become an observer member of the WHO. But it still remains to be seen whether the current Støre government will pick up on that thread. There was also a little bit of controversy that took place in November 2020. A Norwegian ministerial counselor, Bjørn Inge Larsen, he was criticized by the Norwegian press for not doing more to entertain the possibility during a discussion with the World Health Association about the possibility of Taiwan's observer status. During that meeting, there were calls by many of Taiwan's partners, Belize, St. Vincent, and the Grenadines, Palau, calling for Taiwan to be granted observer status to the WHO. And this caused a little bit of frustration with the Taiwanese government. The second issue, and this is also going to have significant economic effects, is that it has been the practice of the Norwegian government since 2010 to insist that the moniker China would be the official designation on Taiwanese visa paperwork and other documentation. This is, needless to say, very controversial and is looked upon very highly in Taiwan. It's been a sore point between the two governments. And since that time, a lawsuit was posted to the Norwegian Supreme Court. It was unsuccessful. The Taiwanese Foreign Ministry has also said that this is a very difficult matter and that it does relate to issues related to human rights. There was even an editorial in Aftenposten, one major Norwegian news service, which said, okay, let's take an example here. Imagine, as a Norwegian, if you emigrated to the US and you were told that you had to register as Swedish, how would you feel about that? So there has been a bit of pushback against that policy. Now, the Taiwan campaign for that, the My Name, My Right campaign, has since brought the case last year to the European Court of Human Rights, saying that this particular regulation really does not act well with Article 8 of the European Convention of Human Rights. Specifically the right to respect for private and family life, because it has to deal with identification. So these are difficult areas, and I just want to leave with some questions that need to be asked when looking at the future relationship between Norway and Taiwan. First of all, what are the options for an expansion of Norwegian trade with Taiwan, especially at a time where, as we've seen disruptions to global supply chains. There are very strong concerns about decoupling economically between the West and China. And there's been a lot of discussion elsewhere in the Nordic region, as well as elsewhere in Europe, about ways of diversifying various trade partners. The second question, how can Norway and Taiwan make better use of many mutual economic interests, including in the area of green technologies? I think this is an area which a lot of work is being started. There's been a lot of discussion about joint ventures, but a lot more work needs to be done. Then you have the issue of the visa issues and the designation of the World Health Organization. What is going to be the stance of the current Norwegian government? What will Norway's response be to the ongoing situation in cross-strait tensions? And finally, will the 2016 MOU between Beijing and Oslo continue to act as an inhibitor, if you will, for future Taiwanese diplomatic and economic cooperation? Is there a way of going around that particular barrier, if you will, and actually improving a relationship at a time where these economic ties are more important than ever? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. That was a very nice and concise description of the trade relations between, or maybe not non-existent trade relations between Norway and Taiwan. I will now ask Johan Nylander to go last but not least.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting. It's really great meeting all of you here online. And thanks for this really fantastic opening remarks by my friends and colleagues here on the panel. So I will keep it quite short so I don't repeat these things that we already addressed here. But like the other panelists, I would like to put the topic in some perspective. I don't share my screen now, do I?
No, you're not.
No, okay. I was afraid I pressed the wrong button. No, so I would just like to open by looking at the situation a little bit coming in from the side, from what is happening here in Hong Kong. So I live in Hong Kong. I lived there for the last 10 years. And when we talk about the topic like Taiwan, it's naturally an extraordinary sensitive topic here in Hong Kong. And when you talk about Taiwan in these kind of forums, there are some things that you can't mention. There are some words you can't use. People in Hong Kong, they are highly encouraged not to refer to Taiwan as a country. If you do, that could be considered separatism, which is a breach to the national security law. So if I were to refer to Taiwan as a country, the police could come and arrest me and my family, and this is a new reality that we all live with, who live here in Hong Kong. And this national security law has naturally also led to crackdowns on freedom of speech, freedom of the press, something that me and my colleagues can feel in our daily lives. And maybe you heard the comments the other day from the chief executive, the top leader here in Hong Kong, saying that the government in Hong Kong, they no longer need to follow the law when dealing with the virus. We don't need to follow procedure, we don't need to follow the law, the chief executive said. And we have to ask ourselves what kind of society is being created when the government so bluntly say that they stand above the law. And this is naturally very damaging and very worryingly development here. Why do I bring this up? Well, the reason I bring this up is because Hong Kong can be seen as an example or as a sort of an experiment, a little mini cosmos of what can happen to societies, happen to free and open societies, or to international organization that is being taken over, or they're being influenced by an authoritarian regime. And the reason I mention that is because we have this political trend, we have this, as Mark referred it, as a pushback against China. We have this conflict, trade war, technology war with China, and more governments and companies across the world are pushing to lower their dependency on China. They're diversifying manufacturing away from China. And naturally, Taiwan is one of the most important examples globally of a government who's got a clear strategy forward how to lower the dependency on China. So this topic about decoupling is something that I've been following for many years. I've been writing about it for Dagens Industri. I have several chapters in my last book about decoupling. One specific chapter is about Taiwan. And the trend is very clear, and it has become even more clear now with China's zero COVID policy and the disruption this has brought to the global supply chains. Again, Taiwan serves as something of a role model for countries all across the world, how to lower dependency on China. And I thought just very quickly, we're going to look at, this is a bit nerdy, we're going to look at the trade numbers from 2021. All the trade numbers have been coming in. And if you look at Taiwan's economy, it is quite fascinating. I mean, first of all, Taiwan's economy is going really, really strong. As Håkan showed, the GDP just keeps going stronger and stronger. Taiwan's export is booming. Taiwan's export increased by some 30% last year. And it's very important to see not just that the export is increasing, but where is it increasing? Someone posted a question here at the Q&A about Taiwan's new policy, the new southbound policy. And what we see now is that trade is at record high with these 18 countries, especially in Southeast Asia. It's record high. The export from Taiwan increased by 35% to these countries last year. And these countries are extraordinarily important. They are the most important growth market going forward. They are the most important consumer markets going forward. And also, so this is really encouraging news for Taiwanese companies. And even more fascinating is when you look at the foreign direct investments, because the FDI coming into Taiwan was actually going down last year. But from these countries, these 18 countries in the southbound policy, the foreign direct investments from these countries going into Taiwan was actually up 160%. So Taiwanese export is booming to these countries, and foreign direct investments from Southeast Asia into Taiwan is rocketing. The numbers are higher than ever. Also looking at Taiwan's export to United States, new record levels. Actually, United States trade deficit with Taiwan has tripled over the last 5 years. And this is something that you shouldn't tell Donald Trump if he becomes president again. So Taiwan's export to these important strategic countries are going really, really strong. But at the same time, if we look at lowering dependency on China, so Taiwan's export to mainland China and to Hong Kong is also booming, it's also going up. Taiwan's export to mainland China and Hong Kong was up by 25% last year, especially within the ICT sector. And so China still mainland China and Hong Kong still accounts for more than 40%, some 42% of Taiwan's export. So even if Taiwan is managing to pivot more, to increase trade with new countries, the dependency on China is still really high, and I think this is something that the government and the companies need to address. And why can't Taiwan lower the dependency? Well, maybe it's so simple that any company business person just can't turn down a good opportunity. I'm just going to mention very quickly about Swedish business in Taiwan. We already talked about it, very inspiring by Håkan about the opportunities in Taiwan. In short, Swedish companies in Taiwan are doing really well, both the business to business, the industrial, the technology companies, but also on the consumer side. If we read Sweden's Chambers of Commerce latest business climate study, it shows that the Swedish companies in Taiwan are doing well. The revenues are strong, the outlook is strong, they continue to invest, and also a majority of the Swedish companies in Taiwan, they plan to increase the number of staff going forward. So that's also very encouraging. But I must say, just as Håkan mentioned, that Sweden needs to engage much more. There are so many opportunities. It feels like me as an Asia correspondent, it feels sometimes that when you think of Asia, you think of China. There's so much focus on China when you have this tremendous amount of interesting regions and countries everywhere here. So Taiwan actually is a strong domestic market, it's highly educated people, it's very innovative economy. And also, if you look at consumption power, Taiwan is about to overtake Japan when it comes to GDP per capita. So I think Swedish companies can do can do tremendously much more to engage with Taiwan, but also with other regions in Asia. So yeah, I keep it quite short. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much indeed. Before we go into a discussion, I would just like to remind everyone that if you have questions, please post them in the Q&A function below, and I'm going to ask them as they come in. And Johan has already taken the liberty to just offer his take on one of the questions we received. So we'll let that be. Thank you so much in advance. Perhaps, I mean, Mark has to leave now, so we're one down, but please don't be alarmed. I'm sure that if you have any questions directly for him, he's more than happy to answer them if you get in touch with him directly. There's one aspect that came up quite frequently in all of your talks, and that is that it seems in most Nordic countries, there's little information or knowledge about Taiwan, which might hinder trade in many ways. But then again, you have Business Sweden, or you have the Finnish Trade Council, the Danish Trade Council. Why do you think that is? That even though there are representatives, business representatives, why do you think there's still so much hesitancy? Is it only for political reasons, for political, or is there anything else that comes to mind? Since it's, I also see that Margareta has left us. I'm sure she had to run to a meeting, so we're going to have a small discussion. Feel free to just jump in.
Right? Shall I give it
Yes.
a try? Because I cover for Dagens Industri for other countries, and I can say from my own experience, it's I mean, first of all, it's hard to get attention about Asia to start with. There's a natural lack of knowledge, sometimes a lack of interest. When you talk about business, it's all focus is China. When you talk about tourism, all focus is Thailand. And it's almost like it's very difficult. Even the world's third biggest economy, Japan, is struggling to find its space in the newspaper. And I think if the world's third biggest economy don't manage to get attention, it's hard for even smaller countries and regions. And so I don't know what the solution is, but it's a lot of focus on China, and it's partly my fault maybe, but also the readers, they want to know more about China. And I think it's very important also from readers to be active, because the information is out there, right? Maybe the newspapers won't serve you, maybe it won't be on the front news, but you can always, if you Google, all the news are there. And Taiwan, they have excellent English-speaking media also, so the information is available. We all have to make an effort to find it.
If I could jump in and add, I couldn't agree more. I think it's deeply frustrating with the lack of attention, but it's also the sort of how people how they personally have engaged. I mean, Swedes travel a lot and you know, go to Thailand, and then they see a world and they say, oh, this is different. Would I do investments here? I couldn't know. And then time passes by, the rapidly changing world, which Southeast Asia and Asia is as a whole, people are just not updated. And I mean, I have several examples from where I have presented business opportunities to Swedish decision makers within companies. And just looking at the potential here, the growth figures, or how could you say no? If it were the same figures that were, or the same business case were presented in the US, investors would run and just go for it and take this on. But they don't when it comes to Asia. So for instance, I had this company who I provided them with a property business in Taiwan, who wanted to move into 3 glass windows of energy efficiency, of course. So I looked up the biggest Swedish company in this regard, and I emailed the CEO and got the reply, no, we have chosen not to be in Asia, thanks and bye, even though it was just a clear business opportunity. And I think that probably is the idea of being strong in your home markets. That's in my perspective, a big bluff. If we were to compare that to Zlatan Ibrahimovic, if he were to say, I just want to be #1 in Swedish #1 soccer league, I mean, that would never happen. Of course, you want to be a world leader. You have to be sort of hungry. And there are different things that actually hinders this of being hungry. You have a market, you have business ongoing. So why should I take this risk of something unknown? So we need to be better of sort of explaining what it's all about. But I should also say that my experience, and would be interesting to hear your experience on that, Johan, is to, if I meet Taiwanese or other Asians businessmen, they have a vague picture of the whole of Europe. Okay, they know Sweden, high innovative, but not so much more. So if they go to Europe, it's very often they end up in London. So London has been a good destination for a lot of things. So there is a lack of mutual sort of just traveling and understanding of each other's business model. And I must say, speaking to Swedish businessmen in Taiwan, Taiwan is the perfect place. A handshake is still a handshake. You don't have to be afraid of doing business. And that would really be something that Swedes would like. But still, we're not fully there. But as you say, Johan, the ones that are there, they're doing well. So that should be a very strong signal. Thanks.
Johan, would you like to react or say anything?
Well, no, I can only agree. And it's very interesting when you, like, we can complain that people in Sweden don't have enough knowledge about Asia, but naturally people in Asia don't have enough knowledge about Europe. And also the knowledge in Asia is very different in different countries. Like I have a lot of friends in mainland China who don't dare to go to Europe because of all the riots and all the violence, and they're afraid of being kidnapped or beaten or robbed, or in state-controlled media. Naturally, in China, they want to show that the Chinese system is stable, while Europe, the democratic part of the world, is violent, it is turbulent. So they're being fed with images about how dangerous it is to be in Paris and London. While people in maybe Japan or Taiwan or Thailand might have a very different view of Europe. It's a very positive view, but it's, I think, when we talk about any part of the world, we have lack of knowledge. But yeah, I can feel the frustration when you're trying to promote Taiwan as a good destination, and that people so bluntly turn down when you say when the sparrows comes flying, you just open your mouth and eat them. But some just refuses.
That's for sure, yeah. But since you touched upon the topic, I mean, on the one hand, there's maybe little information in Sweden or other European countries. But what do you think about disinformation? So what you just touched upon, Johan, that there's a certain narrative that Chinese state media try to convey of Europe. Is there something similar towards Taiwan, that there is a lot of disinformation when it comes to trade or doing business that is out there that might also be an obstacle?
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's tremendous, like information and disinformation campaign from the Chinese state-controlled media regarding Taiwan. Everything has a negative spin. Like one fascinating example is now when Mike Pompeo, he's coming to Taiwan, is it today or tomorrow? And also some representative from Biden's administration are coming. And actually state-controlled media, from China, they try to present this as a big like power struggle in the United States, and again to see how fragile that system is, and everybody's trying to use Taiwan, and Taiwan is being used, and they just portrayed in the most chaotic way, right? And no, it's ongoing every day. What you read in state-controlled Chinese media about Taiwan, it's a massive campaign against Taiwan.
Håkan, would you like to react? Because you're muted.
Yeah, okay, yeah, absolutely. I know, I think it's interesting. I think the VDEM Institute in Göteborg, they did a survey on which countries around the world are most affected from different kinds of campaigns, and Taiwan was, very, very high up in the right-hand corner of being affected by this. And at the same time, I must say it's extremely interesting to listen to, especially Audrey Tang, when she gives her approach to all this, coming from the tech society, and very open-minded and very clear. And I know she's done many highly appreciated appearances in Swedish at Swedish events, and so that's great. But could I just add to one other thing? When we talk about tech and the future and see the importance of Taiwan in this global supply chain, it's also we have an ongoing discussion in Europe now, and especially during this crisis. How are we to survive? How is Europe going to sort of be able to navigate in this landscape? And then, of course, there's some parts talking about the we need to have autonomy in all areas, and Sweden is a more open economy, open to trade. We are maybe more towards that. Okay, even though there are challenges, global supply chains and logistics has to keep on going, and that will, in my view, certainly happen. You do not change global supply chains in a week. It'll take a very long time. But in this perspective, I think that the role of Taiwanese companies is actually very, very interesting. And this is maybe a signal to Europe that if we want to increase our capabilities within certain tech areas, why should we do it by ourselves? Why shouldn't we work together with Taiwan of actually developing this? And I know, for instance, correct me if I'm wrong here, that TSMC is now setting up plants in the US. Maybe that is not the best economic thing to do, but it's a signal that, okay, we are ready to cooperate. And that maybe could be also a discussion that within Taiwan on the approach towards Europe, how can we work together? At the same time, European decision makers must also be ready to interact with Taiwanese companies. And we saw quite recently that a German semiconductor firm was not allowed to be sold to a Taiwanese company. I don't know why, but I think actually that could be a way forward of actually interacting on these high-tech areas.
Can I comment on this?
Of course.
Yeah, I think you're touching upon something very, very important here. We see an increased willingness to have a collaboration between democratic countries in the supply chain, like the Quad collaboration here in Asia, for example. We see how manufacturing it doesn't go from one country to the next overnight, but the trends to diversification and new manufacturing hub is very, very clear. And I think that Taiwan can be like the spider in the web here. You have TSMC, as you mentioned, for semiconductors, and you have Foxconn. They are naturally internationally known for having its mega factories in China, but they are also diversifying with new massive plants in many other countries. The huge investments in India and in Vietnam, and it's not just mobile phones and small gadgets. They are like a proper power player within green vehicles, for example. So I think Taiwan is one of these places that really it's like a truly global society, and if you collaborate with these Taiwanese companies, you have access to global supply chain and manufacturing all over the world. Right? It's not just the island. You can go global with the help of Taiwan.
Thank you so much. I see Håkan nodding, so I assume that we have a good base here. Since you both mentioned this, and Mark Lantain brought it up in his presentation, what do you think are the options for Sweden specifically going forward? So if we leave aside this discussion about recognizing Taiwan diplomatically, but how do you think we could move forward without having to do this? Is there a way around it, or is political recognition or diplomatic recognition necessary to move forward?
Well, from my perspective of having been working in Taiwan with trying to help Swedish companies to improve their businesses and so on, if you want to sort of increase trade and exchange, politics doesn't have to come into play. I mean, I think that a strong exchange of academics it's a good thing, regardless of who might have any opinions of this. It's an exchange between Europe and Asia and so on. So I think that coming back to the issue of being informed is key here. You have to be clear of what kind of market, listen to people who's already there, and of course Business Sweden and our chamber, they are important sort of message provider to others who might go to Taiwan. So information. I think that is key. And also coming back to we have to travel. We even though now we're online, but these meetings to get to know each other and understand the environment, we just have to be there. So I truly encourage people to, if you're uncertain of what's Asia all about, and you were there 20 years ago, well, then you have to travel again, and you have to meet up and really discuss in depth about the opportunities. Thanks.
Yeah, well, I won't comment too much on Sweden and Taiwan politics because of the obvious reason, the national security law in Hong Kong, but I very much agree with, like, business is business. Like the old saying that people in Washington, they hate China, but people on Wall Street, they love it. But I think when you look at Taiwan, for example, again, it's a lot of focus on China, but if you do business, if you set up your company in China, you're in China for China, right? If you set up your business in Taiwan, you're in Asia, right? Suddenly you have access to the whole region. Taiwan is a bit like Singapore or Hong Kong used to be, at least, that it's a hub for the whole region. And again, yeah, I think if you travel there, if you go there and then you meet these fascinating companies and you see the opportunities, I think it's that simple. That's a very good first step.
I think that's a very nice way to frame it, actually, because in some media formats you see a lot of political discussion being weaved into the whole trade discussion. So I guess it kind of distracts from what is at stake. But talking about options, I mean, what do you think are the most pressing areas for Nordic countries and for Taiwan to collaborate on in terms of trade, in terms of business? We have heard smart cities, green technology. Is that where we headed, or is there anything else that we haven't seen yet, that where you say this might be also interesting?
Well, okay, I would, I think Håkan knows the answer to this better, but I would, green tech, again, you said that apart from green tech, but I would press green tech even more. I think there's a lot of focus on semiconductors and ICT, but I really think green tech is tremendous. There's a big demand in Taiwan. There's a lot of knowledge and a lot of fascinating startups in Sweden, and there's a lack of bridging, right? This is quite obvious. I also think people are underestimating the consumer market. As I said, Taiwan will most likely overtake Japan in terms of GDP per capita. You have consumption power. Also have it as a springboard to Southeast Asia, which is the most important consumer market going forward, right? So I think those are my main two areas that I would focus on, and it's quite obvious.
How would you like to?
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. I think that in one of these startup rankings regarding eco and clean tech. Stockholm came out as #1 in the world. And that's all great. We have great innovations, but unless we scale them up, it's of no use in a sense. So, and Taiwan is truly the place to be in actually helping to scale up. And I think that's very interesting with offshore wind. All these companies come in from Denmark, Germany, UK, and so on. And the Taiwanese are very clear that, okay, we're happy to have you here. Let's work together. But we want to learn. We want to be able to also be part of this when we go to Southeast Asia or other places. And if then our clean tech solutions are to be relevant, we just have to be there. I think that's an easy pick if we're to do it, really. But then also coming back to the digitalization of the society, hardware meeting software. And it's really tricky to know, how it looks now in 5-10 years time. But the number of engineers and innovators working on bringing this together in this part of the world is massive. So it would be interesting to see more interaction of that. And I'm a bit concerned. I saw another ranking regarding startups ecosystems, and Stockholm went from 10 to 17. That might just be a hiccup, but we need to have the knowledge, we need to have the innovation power, and we need to have outside influence to be able to scale this up. So even more of that would also be good.
Thank you so much. I think you touched upon the most worthy aspects of all of this. I think I will have to wrap up this session now. Are there any final remarks that you have for us? Anything that you'd like to still say?
If you haven't been to Taiwan, go there. Before the virus, that's the last place that I visited before we couldn't travel from Hong Kong anymore, and I'm really looking forward going back to Taiwan as soon as possible. So if you haven't been there, go there. It's a fantastic place, absolute most beautiful places on the planet.
Yeah, but I couldn't agree more. Really enjoyed Taiwan, and then also to anyone who wants to do business, think like Zlatan. If you want to be #1, you have to be in all the major leagues, and Taiwan is certainly one of them. Thanks.
So thank you both so much for your time, for answering my questions. It's been a pleasure having you on. So thanks again. And don't miss out on our second day that we're going to have tomorrow, where we're going to discuss research cooperation, which has come up frequently today already, and also cultural exchange. So stay tuned and have a good afternoon or evening if you're in the East Asian area. So thanks and goodbye.
Thank you. All the best, Johan.
So yeah, you too. Hey, hey.
Hey.
Most welcome to the second day of the Taiwan-Nordic Forum 2022. Today, we start with panel 3. That is about Nordic-Taiwan Research Cooperation. My name is Agneta Blad, and I am Deputy Chair of the Governing Board of the Institute for Security and Development Policy. I have, during my professional career, held several top management positions in the Swedish higher education and research sector. The latest finishing just in January, and that was being chair of the Governing Board of the Swedish Research Council. Today, we have 4 distinguished scholars as panelists from Sweden, Joakim Amorin and Anders Backlund, and from Taiwan, Yanqian Wang and Fangjing Yang. I will introduce each speaker panelist before they speak. All panelists will speak in a row, and they will thereafter comment each other. And then at that time, the audience is also welcome to ask questions or give comments. The program is setting up some specifics about the content of this seminar. It says the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic had shed light on the importance of international research cooperation. Nevertheless, collaborative research efforts have been in place for much longer and deserve closer attention as a means for academic and professional exchange. And this panel will discuss how research cooperation has changed in recent years and will offer a glimpse into the future of research exchanges. Thereby, I welcome the first panelist, Joachim Amorin. Dr. Amorin holds a Master of Science in Engineering Physics from the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm and a PhD in Solid State Physics from Uppsala University. He has been working both in the private and public sector research funding sector and is presently research program manager at the Swedish Foundation for Strategic Research, the biggest strategic research foundation in Sweden. He has extensive experience in negotiating bilateral agreements and international research cooperation, including in Asia. Joachim, the floor is yours, please.
Thank you very much for the invitation, and thanks a lot for the very interesting seminar. I listened the full day yesterday, and I learned a lot actually. So thank you a lot. So let me just briefly speak about Swedish research, and then go into Swedish Foundation for Strategic Research, SSF in general, and also about our collaboration with Taiwan in particular. So we can take the next picture and the next picture again. So just as a background palette, if you are listening not into research, just give me this background picture here. Sweden is big in research, and we can symbolize that with the background picture there, which is Max Lab is in Lund, a big research infrastructure facility. And there's another big European facility being built in Lund, ESS. So Sweden is an important node when it comes to research and research infrastructures. As you know, we also have a lot of innovation created globally successful companies. A couple of them, you see them to the right there. And as you also everybody know, the Nobel Prize is a very strong trademark, if I may use that word for Sweden and Swedish research. And finally, of course, Sweden is a high performer in science and innovation. If you look on all the indexes, I mean, Sweden is performing well, for example, the European Innovation Scoreboard and so on. So we can take the next picture. SSF is not a government agency, but a foundation. I can take the next picture, please. So as a foundation, we have to follow the statutes. So we have to fund research within natural science, engineering, and medicine that are of significance for Sweden's future competitiveness. And what does the long-term competitiveness mean here? So we have interpreted this that it's research that should be of use for society or industry in a 10 to 15 years time frame. Next picture, please. So we have translated these statutes into criteria that we have in all our calls. So the top two ones there are the ones present in all our calls, scientific quality and strategic relevance. And then we have of course, many different sub-criteria depending on the type of the different calls. So we have had calls focusing on interdisciplinarity or multidisciplinarity. Internationalization is, of course, very important for a small country like Sweden. We also have had a focus on mobility between sectors such as industry and academia. And finally, we think that leadership or academic leadership is very important. Next picture, please. We can take the next one as well. So what does strategic mean? Well, it was basically defined if you look in the bill that preceded the construction of our foundation. And there they say that strategic is as well high scientific quality as long-term industrial interest. So there you have the time frame again that I mentioned before of a vision of use in a 10 to 15 year time frame. And also we should fund, basic research directed toward perceived important areas. So that can be, for example, cybersecurity or something like that. Next picture, please. And next one. So we have a couple of different tools when we support research. I will not have time to go into detail, of course, now, but you can divide them in three different large categories, such as environments, groups, and individuals. Just one example here from each category. IRC stands for Industrial Research Centers, which is large grants, 100 million Swedish crowns or 10 million euros for a competence center grant. And then framework programs, these are the group grants. We support 3 to 4 senior PIs with 3 million euros for a 5-year period. And then we have a set of different individual grants. FFL stands for Framtidens forskningsledare in Swedish, or future research leaders. So that's the young researchers. ID stands for Industridoktorand or industrial PhD. SM stands for strategic mobility, which is mobility between industry and academia. Next picture, please. So when it comes to international collaboration, you can take the next picture. So we have a background of working with Asia. We haven't had an Asia focus, or actually focus on working with democracies in Asia. So we have been working, I think, more than 20 years with Japan. We don't have any big program with Japan presently, but we have had a couple of them, and we have a small one now as well. 10 years ago, we started to work with South Korea. So at the time when we started, we launched the biggest program, I think, with South Korea. NRF is the big research council in South Korea. So we shipped in 30 million Swedish crowns, and NRF also shipped in equal amount in South Korea. And this program is actually finishing now. So the project have reached the end right now, I think. And 3 years ago, we started a program with Taiwan. And we actually, and I think this is very unique. I haven't seen any other research funder having such a large program with Taiwan. We actually shipped in 60 million Swedish crowns in this program, or 6 million euros for 6 projects. So this program is running now as we speak. And also for your information, we actually had deadline last week with our Israel program. We got 128 applications, even though it wasn't open for all areas. I was thinking maybe 30, 40, 50 applications. So there seems to be a large potential for collaboration between Sweden and Israel, if you judge on this call. So we will start to look on this application now together with MOS, the ministry in Israel. I mentioned again FFL, which is our future research leader program, the young researchers. They have to participate in a leadership program, and also we try to go with them on a trip for 10 days. And typically we go to Asia, to Japan or South Korea or so, visiting companies and academia there. I should also say finally that we don't have only Asia, but mostly Asia. We do also have a program where we try to get Swedish researchers applying for more EU grants. So we have a 10 million per year program there. I can take the next picture, please. So why Taiwan and Sweden? Well, we have this policy, SSF policy, to strengthen Sweden-Asia collaboration in general. And I mean, the argument for that is that Swedish researchers already have very good collaboration within EU and with the US. So we think that reducing the threshold to go to Asia has a larger added value than putting in more money to EU and US. And I think you can say that many of these countries that we collaborate with in Asia are, like Sweden, you could call them maybe small and smart countries, very high-tech regions, reform-oriented countries. And when it comes to Taiwan and Sweden, of course, we are both strong and innovative within ICT and overlapping. As you know, Taiwan is leading when it comes very well leading when it comes to chip manufacturing, and Sweden is pretty strong. We have Ericsson, we have good software, and very many good ICT companies, small and large. Next picture, please. And as you know, there's a couple of things happening in the world that are very, very, very worrying. And European Union is talking a lot about digital sovereignty. I mean, how we can start to be not so dependent on other countries, for example, when it comes to chip manufacturing and these kind of things. So I guess you have seen that the European Union is now going out with the European Chips Act, which will be 40 billion euro effort trying to be less dependent on other countries in this area. And also you have seen that a Taiwanese company has been discussing of maybe even establishing a plant, a chip manufacturing plant within Europe. Next picture, please. So we had this call for research collaboration in 2019, so it's pretty recent. Of course, we had focus on ICT, but also life sciences, biotechnology, and material science. So we found 6 relatively large projects there, 6 million euros in total, and that program is running now. I think the next picture is the final one. I will try to hold my time. Next picture, please. Yes, so finally, it has been shown that open international collaboration yields scientific and strategic impact. And Sweden and EU and Taiwan has overlapping interests, not the least within the ICT sector, of course. And SSF, my organization, we want to lower the threshold between collaboration between, I mean, Europe and Asia in general, and Sweden and Taiwan and other Asian democracies in particular. So that concludes my talk, and thank you a lot for listening.
Thank you, Joachim. It was interesting to hear the prerequisites you give researchers in our 2 countries in certain fields. You do not cover all fields, but some of them you cover that are really important for our countries. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
And now I turn to the second panelist, which also is from Sweden, Professor Anders Backlund. Professor Backlund is a professor of pharmacognosy at Uppsala University and also vice dean for research training in medicine and pharmacy. He holds a PhD from the Department of Systematic Botany and conducted postdoctoral research at Trinity College in Dublin, Ireland, and the Swedish University for Agricultural Sciences in Uppsala, Sweden. In 2004, in collaboration with Professor Fang Rongshang at Kashchung Medical University, he initiated a student exchange and joint field course program, which later developed into common research objectives and publications, as well as the establishment of a dual degree PhD program between Uppsala University and Kaohsiung Medical University. Professor Backlund has also been the Vice Chancellor's advisor on internationalization at Uppsala University for 3.5 years during the former Vice Chancellor, ending up last summer. So you are very experienced, both generally and specifically in the field. The floor is yours, Professor Backlund.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and I'm really happy to be able to participate in this forum. Yes, I will tell you a short story then about how collaboration developed at one between Uppsala University and Kaohsiung Medical University. This all started with one single person, and that was in 2004. The person was a student, Anna Selin, which you can see on the left in this picture, and she went for an internship. She's a pharmacy student, and she was working in a pharmacy in Kaohsiung. She really enjoyed her time there and decided that the year after, when she was starting her master's project, she wished to return to Kaohsiung to set up a master's program or master's project in Kaohsiung. She contacted us, and we managed to find 2 collaborators in Kaohsiung that were interested in this, and myself and one of my PhD students acted as supervisors in Uppsala. So the student went there, she started working, and the result was a very impressive master thesis presented the year after. A study of thionine, which is a set of polypeptides that are found in mistletoes. And in Taiwan, there are a number of rare mistletoes that are difficult to find in other parts of the world. This could have ended there, if not for a visit to a conference the year after, in 2006. I went to Kyoto, Japan, for a natural chemistry conference. And at this conference, my 2 collaborators from Taiwan, whom I'd never met in real life, they turned up there at the poster to ask to say hi. And I think that was the crucial sort of thing that connected us for the continuing years then. The year after, in 2007, we had a problem. We had a problem with the course. We had delivered over many years a course in global pharmacy, which is an advanced level course with a purpose to give our pharmacy students the possibility to learn more about other types of medical and pharmaceutical systems. We had for many years then been traveling field course with the students to Sri Lanka, but in these years, there was a lot of internal turbulence in Sri Lanka, politically unstable, and we were suggested not to go there with the students. In desperation, I wrote a letter to Professor Chang asking him, as you can see, in many words, if he could help us with presenting the course in Taiwan instead. And very rapidly, I got this response. Yes, okay. So that was the point where we set up. In 2007, the first global pharmacy course in Taiwan, visiting and based in Kaohsiung Medical University, set off. And this was then the starting point for many years to come, when students been traveling to Taiwan to participate in this field course. Both experience the nature and the sources of all the chemistry that we're interested in and the pharmaceutical potential, but also how this manifests itself in society, where drugs are sold, how research is done around this, and not least the welcoming atmosphere where the students were very well connected into the group of people that we met in Taiwan. All of this was really very nice. It worked so well that a couple of years later, we decided to write a formal agreement on academic collaboration or cooperation. This agreement said we should collaborate in the fields, particularly of basic training and teaching, and the combination with our course going there, and while the colleagues in Taiwan took care of our students, I was teaching their PhD students and pharmacy students about the things that we were doing in Sweden. So it was a true exchange in support or work that way. And as you can see, it's to involve quite a lot of people at this stage. This is a typical thing, what sort of brings an extra value to collaboration with another country and going to field courses. That is when the students can actually come out and see how things works in real life. Here we're visiting a traditional Chinese medicine pharmacy, which is something that we do not have at all in Sweden. It was interesting for the students to see. But also things like, for example, how it works in the pharmacy of a large hospital in Taiwan, which is something then that the students could compare with the situation in Sweden and see how differences are formed. We had a lot of detailed sort of teaching with individual teachers in Taiwan, learning our students to understand how, in particular, the traditional Chinese medicine system worked. And this was also very appreciated by the students. Visiting pharmaceutical companies is something that is almost impossible to do in Sweden from security and safety reasons. But in Taiwan, we could come there and also really see in the production how things worked. And here we have one of the last groups before they went to Taiwan. This is on one of the more social activities during the course, looking out over the harbor of Kaohsiung. Now, in parallel with all the teaching work, something else was also started to brew. And it was, I think, out on this coffee house just outside Kaohsiung that this started, the idea. The idea we got was to try to bring together a collaborative academic research project also. This resulted in Professor Chang and Dean Lee from Kaohsiung Medical University visiting Uppsala University in 2012 for the first time. After discussions, we formalized an agreement on a dual degree PhD program between the College of Medicine and the College of Pharmacy at Kaohsiung Medical University and our disciplinary domain of medicine and pharmacy at Uppsala University. The basic idea behind this dual degree program would be that a student from either university spends time at the partners, and after fulfilling the work on the thesis, they also defend the thesis in both universities, and therefore they get then sort of 2 degrees out of the single thesis. It's on the same thesis. They're not double doctors, they're single doctors, but with the 2 universities providing support for the excellence that it is. When this program set off, it also started groups traveling between Sweden and Taiwan. And here we can see a group of teachers, professors from the scientific domain in Uppsala that went to Taiwan to see how things worked there, how the teaching was performed, how the research was performed, also visiting very, very important scientific resources that we came in contact with through our colleagues. For example, the Cecilia Ku Botanical Conservatory, which is a place where you can get access to a very large number of plants, or the National Marine Biology and Laboratory in Kenting, when also marine organisms are available. These are resources that are almost invaluable today. So this was really providing a strong support for our work. We recruited students in this program, and the person you see here down on the right is the first student recruited. And after a couple of years' work, he managed to present also the first thesis in this program. It was properly nailed, defended, and also the students eventually provided with all the necessary anointments of the thesis. Over the years now, there have been a couple of other theses. There have been 2 more theses that have been presented and defended in Uppsala in this program, and there are also another 3 students on their way. There's also been a large number of publications. Here are a couple of those that I have been involved myself. So I can say that from the beginning, the exchange in teaching has really led to a significant scientific production. And in 2018, we were also happy to install Professor Fangrong Chang as an honorary doctor at Uppsala University, which made also a formal tie then to our collaboration over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Anders. Very interesting. Normally, I think people start collaboration through the research. They are not starting by teaching courses, because that is much more difficult. But you had the other way around, according to this young female student. Yeah. Fascinating.
And
that
I think
a person can accomplish such a collaboration between scholars.
That was the initial spark. But I think also one important thing that sort of made it all come together was that as I said, while the colleagues in Taiwan took care of our students, I had a lot of teaching hours in front of their PhD students and also advanced level master students, which sort of, I hope, gave them the feeling that they actually had a contact with someone in Uppsala. And this helped in the further work. So the research things that we started, those projects, they were sort of brewing out of these meetings, these lectures and seminars.
Fascinating, thank you. And now we turn to our third panelist, Professor Yanqi Wang. And Professor Wang completed his Bachelor of Science degree in Taiwan and obtained a PhD in electrical engineering in Stanford University. He currently is a professor at Natural Tsinghua University in Taiwan and the director of the university's Terahertz Optics and Photonics Center. You call it TOP Center. He visited the Royal Institute of Technology, KTH, in Stockholm twice during your sabbaticals in 2014 and 2019. Together with the Swedish professor Fredrik Laurell from KTH, you launched a collaborative research project entitled A Chip Size Accelerator for Material Research and Health in 2020. And the project includes 4 professors from Swedish universities and 2 from Taiwanese universities. Please, Professor Wang, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Let me start to run my slides. Could people see my slides? Okay. I want to share some of my personal experience on collaboration in the Nordic area. My name is Yanqi Huang from Tsinghua University, Taiwan. My specialties are on lasers, nonlinear optics, particle acceleration, and radiation. This first slide shows the my collaboration project scattered in the European area. So before 2013, I spent most of my effort in establishing collaborations with Russian scientists. And in 2014, I had the chance to spend my sabbatical at KTH Sweden. And since then, I sort of expand my collaboration to different countries in the European continent, including France, Lithuania, and Finland. And at this moment, I also have some research collaboration in Poland and also Czech Republic. Now I'm going to focus on my experience with the colleagues in Sweden and tell you how we established the collaboration. But this collaboration period is not as long as the experience by Professor Backlund. So everything is still evolving and also growing. So the story starts in 2014 when I spent 7 months in Sweden. And I get to know Professor Fredrik Laurell, who is the laser physicist working on nonlinear optics. And we have similar research directions, but the important thing is that we have quite complementary experience on those researches. And this is the very new experience for a person from a subtropical area to live in Sweden for 7 months. So I start to experience something really remarkable, including the dark and cold winter in Sweden. but the experience is just a lot of wonders and also surprises and also joy. And a very important support to enable my visit to Sweden for 7 months is an apartment support from Wintergreen Center, because the, Stockholm is a quite expensive area. So I really appreciate that Wintergreen Center supported us, me and also my family, very high quality apartments. And in the meantime, during my stay at KTH, I also connected myself to Finland. I scheduled a visit to Tampere University in Finland, and then that kickstarted a 2-year collaboration with Tampere University. And I returned to Taiwan in February 2015. And in summer of 2016, Fredrik invited me and also my family to his summer house. So we end up in the remote area in Sweden collecting the blueberries. And also we have some unforgettable experience that jumping into cold water after being toasted in sauna over like 100 degrees Celsius. And Fredrik told me that this is a drug feeling, and turned out that this drug feeling is the right chemistry to establish the very good collaboration. At the same time, during this summer 2016, I sent 2 students into Tampere University and also the KTH. So we don't just focus on research lab in Sweden. We also have collaboration with the people in Finland. And so these 2 students have had a good time in Finland and also the, Sweden in 2016. And so everything turns productive because the students have new experience, also make good friends, and also generate research results. And then in 2019, I spent my second sabbatical research at KTH. This time is a lot easier because the environment becomes familiar to me and also to my family. And so I get to know a lot more people. And just right before I visited KTH, there's Norwegian students from Fredrik's group visited my group and generate very good result from the research. And we jointly published 2 good papers on this, some discovery on stimulated Raman scattering. And at the same time, I get to know Professor a professor at KTH, and also the schedule a visit to Vilnius University in Lithuania. And it's quite interesting that this connection was established by a postdoc in KTH. The postdoc was from Lithuania, and he arranged the very nice trip for me to visit Vilnius University, get acquainted with the professors over there, and also some industry leaders. And up to this point, my government people in the Ministry of Science and Technology has asked me to act as a window to establish collaboration with the Lithuania. So it's about time to establish the serious and also more large scale collaborations. So during this visit, I invited a few professors from KTH and also Uppsala University to write a proposal submitted to SSF and also the Ministry of Science and Technology of Taiwan, because incidentally at that time, there's a call for proposal established by SSF and MOST of Taiwan. So we luckily get funded for this project. So now we have 4 professors from Sweden and also 2 professors from Taiwan actively working on this research collaboration. We chat, communicate, talk to each other through the internet during pandemic. And hopefully that we can start to visit each other in this summer. So this is a very good experience. Just a few days ago, I noticed that the president of KTH posted a message to the blog of the KTH. And the date is the February 28th, which is also the Taiwan's Peace Memorial Day. About 75 years ago, on this day, a lot of people get killed on Taiwan during the transition of the government after World War II from Japanese occupation to Chinese ruling. And so this is a very meaningful day to Taiwanese. But on this day, the president of KTH posted a message about academic value. So I copied down her statement here. It is clear as day how important research and verified knowledge is. Academia has a crucial role in supporting a free and open society. And it is everybody's responsibility to stand up for these values. I noticed that in research collaboration, there are so many things involved, not just publishing papers, not just discovered science. And also there are so many human conflicts around the globe. And I think research collaboration is really a good push for everybody to understand different values and also tell the ground truth of human value. So this is something I want to share with everybody. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Wang. You are quite right, and it's very important that you lift these issues with human values, not least during these days, which are terrible in a European perspective just now. So thank you very, very much. I didn't say that you work in the Taiwanese Silicon Valley. Perhaps you should add some words about that, because I'm not sure that part of the participants might not know about it. Can you say something about the Taiwanese Silicon Valley?
Yes, my university called National Tsinghua University, which is located at Hsinchu city. And Hsinchu is about 60 kilometers to the south of Taipei. In Taiwan, Taipei is pretty much a business city, very interesting. And Hsinchu is known to be the Silicon Valley of Taiwan, where you can find a lot of big companies and also the high-tech manufacturers in this city. And at the same time, we have major national labs in this area as well. So it's very similar to the San Francisco Bay Area, where you find a lot of high-tech companies working on the IT product, for example, and also the semiconductor product. At the same time, we have the several major national labs located in the same area to facilitate the development of the technology and also the discover science. Those national labs include narrow device laboratory, where we develop the narrow technologies. And we also have the Taiwan synchrotron facility located in this area. And we also have our National Space Agency in this area as well. So it's quite an interesting area occupied with the companies and also national labs. And quite importantly, very similar to Stanford University and UC Berkeley in the San Francisco area, we have two major technical universities in Hsinchu. One is my university, and the other is the National Yangming Jiaotong University. So we train, educate a lot of young people contributing to the high-tech and also scientific research in this for Taiwan.
Thank you, Professor Wang. And now we turn a bit north to Taipei and Professor Fangying Yang. And I welcome you as the last and fourth panelist. Professor Yang received her doctoral degree from Teachers College, Columbia University in New York, and is currently a professor of science education at National Taiwan Normal University. You are serving as the convener of science education at the Department of Humanities and Social Sciences at the Ministry of Science and Technology in Taipei. In addition, you have been involved in numerous international research cooperation projects, including with academics at the University of Oslo in Norway, and is an experienced researcher in the field of science education, an important subject. Please, the floor is yours, Professor.
Thank you for your kind introduction. I'm sharing my screen. Can you see my screen? Can you see my PowerPoint?
We see it.
Okay, good. Okay. Hi, my name is Fangying Yang. I'm a professor of science education at the National Taiwan Normal University. I'm sharing with you a research project in the area of science education. But before I go to my collaboration, I want to introduce you a little bit about a National Taiwan Normal University. I'm not sure if you have visited our university in Taipei. Our university is a renowned university in Taiwan, and we are more specialized in the field of literature, arts, education, biology, and earth sciences. And we have two national research centers here in our university. And the one is Institute for Research Excellence in Learning Sciences. And another one is Chinese Language and Technology Center. Because of the two centers, we have more supports from the government for the studies in social sciences. Our university have a collaboration with Nordic academic in many areas. And the collaborations include research project exchanges, lectures, and educational trainings. I was given the information that in recent 5 years, we have accumulated more than 100 co-author publications with the Nordic academics. And we also have the sister school relationship with 9 universities in Sweden, Finland, Norway, and Denmark. Okay, I want to share with you why we conduct the research collaboration in education, especially in science education. Our collaboration was inspired by a global movement in education. And currently, the educators around the world agree that we need to work together to solve the global issues and to improve human well-being. The the agenda and the goal was well described in the OECD Education 2030 document. And to achieve the goal, we need to develop the future citizen to obtain the global competence. And that will include the learning of different skills, including the learning skills, literacy skills, and life skills. And also it's our belief that increasing mutual understanding would diminish the conflicts. And we can achieve that by collaboration in many areas. And also, of course, we want to promote the recognition of our university. And so under these conditions, we established a collaboration with scholars from University of Oslo, Norway. And because I was a director of a Graduate Institute of Science Education at our university, and also I'm currently serving as a convener of science education in the Ministry of Science and Technology in Taiwan. So I do have quite a few opportunity to work with international scholars. And the countries that I have been working together include Norway, India, and other countries in East and Southeast Asia. In the collaborations I'm doing right now, including the research projects and academic exchanges, and we are also trying to develop the double degree graduate programs with some countries, some universities. And as a matter of fact, the collaboration in social sciences are quite new in our, with the Nordic countries are quite new in our university. And I think that would be a very good example here I'm sharing with you. And I also want to promote the collaboration in the social sciences research. And we start the collaboration from making friends, of course, and that's a very important step. And because of my background, so I'm familiar with the works of other academics around the world in the same field. And this is why I'm become familiar with the work by Professor Ivar Bretten and his team in Norway, in University of Oslo. And I was quite fortunate to have the chance to meet him and to know him in some conferences. And we have a nice talk, and then we pay a visit to Oslo, and that is the starting of our collaboration. And during the visit and the attending of conferences, we discussed the future exchange program and research collaboration. And after that, we want to have a real work. So after we came back to Taiwan, instead of launch a new project, we pick an existing project and start the collaboration. And that can shorten the time needed to prepare all the paperwork or a new, anything that is required for a new project. And because of the existing project, we were able to get some funding from our government. And so we, during the previous visit, we have decided the research procedure, such as collecting data in Taiwan, and then we will analyze the data together. And we met several times in some conference, and then we set up a working schedule. And after that, we start the academic exchanges. We send students to Oslo, and then they have a team to come to stay in Taipei. And so that go back and forth for several months, more than 4 months, I think. And the products of the collaboration is the opportunity to learn and share the data analysis method, which was the main focus of our project. And also we got to publish an article in a high impact journal in the field of science education. And we are all very happy about that because it is the first step and we have a very productive result. But among the accomplishment, I think the most important thing is we get a mutual understanding in thoughts in the social cultural traditions. And I think that really strengthened our friendship. So I think our project can provide working procedure for the research collaboration in social sciences. And we also talk about some future works to work together, in particular the cross-cultural comparison in education systems, learning style, or other learner characteristics. I think that can bring more understanding to each other. And here I want to promote more collaboration in social sciences. As I just heard from the previous presenter, I'm hoping that the previous presenter don't take it personally, but I really feel that now the collaboration are more focusing on science or technology or engineering. And I think that we need more or different perspectives from different domains so that we can enrich the academic performance in both sides. And this is the meeting that we have in Taipei, and it's really nice. It's always a pleasure to work with friends from other countries. And thank you. I hope we can have further discussion about how to collaborate in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Yang. And also thank you for lifting this with not just aiming for high quality, but also for diminishing conflicts in the world. We really need that. And even though you promote more collaboration in the social sciences, which I agree, I'm a political scientist in the bottom, but you have a discipline also aiming at stimulating the STEM disciplines and the interest for them. So you are really a link between the former panelists and the thing that you really promote, more collaboration in social sciences.
Yes, it's true. Yes, it's because I still have the background in science. So yes, science is still something I love. So actually, I really hope that there's more link or bridge between social sciences and science, pure science or technical. Yeah, the STEM orientation.
Yeah,
thank you.
It might be a difference between Taiwan and the Nordics when it comes to interest for the STEM disciplines, because we always working, especially in Sweden, with trying to intensify young people's interest for these disciplines, actually. And sometimes we succeed in doing that, and there are a lot of students, but there are also a lot of foreign students in those disciplines, especially in the engineering faculties, actually. But I think young people in Taiwan are much more interested in the STEM discipline. Is it so?
I think so, and our parents would also encourage students to go into the STEM branches. Because I think because Taiwan is a very small island and our economy depending on the import-export, so and the technology, high-tech technology is a very important source of income, and so that really attract a lot of young students to join the STEM careers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you want to, the other panelists have something to say about this, I think you have lifted that the result of the collaboration is that you have been working together and writing better scientific articles together with another, because you have widened your perspective in a way. Do you want to comment that shortly? And thereafter, I should like us to go if each of you would like to comment, what do you think about the collaboration of future? We have been through a pandemic, and we have learned to have conferences virtually like this, which facilitates very, very much how we can connect with each other. But what do you think about the future when we meet also in real life, perhaps more? When we look what student thinks in Sweden, some of them have really preferred the virtual education during this period, but others, they are missing the social contacts in campus. And so it's not, the campus has been seen as much more important than it was before for many, many students and faculty members as well, actually. So first, about the result, and what do you think about the contributions, what they have been for you and your project, and then something about the future. You can take both in a row. And shall we start with Joachim, and then we go to Anders, and then we go to Yanqing, and then you can come back.
Sure.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot for interesting talks. And I think that, I mean, the results when it comes to research, by definition, they are kind of long-term. So it's hard to say on short-term what they lead to. But I think, I mean, if we look on our collaboration or Swedish collaboration with Japan, which started long time ago, I think we see very positive effects of that in our society today. But I mean, that's 20 years later. So it takes a long time before you see it, but we can now see that several long-standing collaboration have been started between groups, and things are happening. When it comes to collaboration in the future, I mean, the pandemic has had a lot of negative effects, but it has actually also had some positive effects. And you mentioned that, and I think that there has been a quantum leap when it comes to digital collaboration. And I think we will benefit from that in several ways, and not the least when it comes to international collaboration. And for example, we as a research funding foundation, we have a lot of different experts in different fields involved all the time. And I mean, this digital meeting possibility and working on distance possibility really makes it easier for us. And we can actually span the whole globe we try to find the best expert in each field when we evaluate applications and so on. So I would say it will be easier in the future. But of course we have to meet physically as well. And now I guess we have the same feeling, all of us now. I'm very nervous when I see what's happening in the world. So, I mean, people don't know if they dare to travel, or, I mean, so there's, I have a big fear. I guess you have a big fear as well about what's going on. So, but it's really hard to say where this will end. We don't know. So yeah, that's my response to that.
Thank you, Joachim. I turn to Anders, and if you have a look in the same time, Anders, in the Q&A, there is somebody saying that you had a fairy tale. Yeah, can you comment about that as well?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, yes, I noticed it was interesting thought. With regard to what the collaboration has given me, I would say it's very clear. I mean, there are perspectives, there is knowledge, there are technologies and methods that I think we both brought into these collaborations. I have been doing some things in science-wise, but my colleagues in Taiwan have had completely different approaches. And when we put these together, the combination, I think, is what has sort of lifted this into new areas. One interesting thing that I thought about both in Professor Wang and Professor Jiang's presentation is that you both mentioned friendship. And I think I briefly glanced through that as well, because I think growing a long-standing collaboration, this is a very important perspective. You have to like to be together with the people that you're working with. That is what sort of lifts this above just writing a paper. And I think if we look in the future, as you said, Joachim was into this with a quantum leap that we've got in training with this type of media that we have now. Again, I think it would be very difficult to establish a friendship this way. But once you have met, and once you have started building this foundation, I think these technologies make it so much easier to continue working. And we've seen this. I've seen it myself in teaching. I do quite a lot of teaching in basic levels. And during the pandemic, even though it has been difficult with the teaching because you could not have the students in the classroom, on the other hand, you can improve your courses and your lectures immensely by bringing in colleagues from all over the world coming in. I mean, they would never be able to do that, of course, physically, but over Zoom or Teams, you could do this very easily. So now when we are sort of coming back to a physical teaching at the campus, that is a little bit of difficulty for me to handle this, because I would like to bring in or keep parts of this going into sort of a hybrid mode with part of the lectures and on distance and some physically here. Relating to Ms. Rengman's comment here about the formula or the way that we started building this, I think definitely that this is something that you could think about. I mean, one way, the traditional way, as some of you pointed out, is that you start with the academical, the research thing, and then it also grows into the teaching part. But for us, and I would say for many people in the Faculty of Pharmacy where I work, the basic training, the teaching is a very important aspect. And when we started building that side, it was so obvious, the gains that we had from this. It was very well received, accepted. We had a huge support from the Taiwanese government and from Kaohsiung Medical University with facilitating our travels there and bringing in economic support also for meeting. So I think it's another way maybe of approaching these collaborations, and it's maybe in some aspects easier to raise the support and interest of authorities when you come from the teaching side instead of from the research side.
Thank you, Anders. It is a challenge in the future to have good hybrid solutions. And I think all universities should devote much more time to think it over, because you need to be both on campus and have those advantages that we have been used to by virtual connections. So I think we have to rebuild our classrooms in one way or the other to admit these hybrid solutions in a good, qualitatively good way, actually. I've seen some such examples, but of course it costs a lot of money, and you have to invest a lot. But I think it's time also to invest a lot of infrastructure in education, not just a lot of infrastructure in research. We have been talking in Sweden very much about infrastructure in research, and Joachim, you showed a picture of Max IV in Lund and ESS, the European Spallation Source. But I think now it's time also to talk about infrastructure in education. And I would like you afterwards, Professor Yang, to comment about this. But I first turn to Professor Wang.
Thank you. I totally agree that education is also important along with the research. But in terms of collaboration, I think the pandemic is really bad. I noticed that all our panelists all emphasized friendship prior to the in-depth collaboration. Imagine that if there's no the young female students to start with, Professor Backlund's the fairy tale could be very different. So to facilitate collaboration, I would say human contact is really important. We need to have the temperature under the sun. We need to have a coffee with the a street view. We need to sort of talk to each other face to face. For existing collaborations, I think the pandemic has less influence on those collaborations because we can still talk through internet. But to establish new collaborations, hopefully the pandemic can finish soon. I still remember that a long time ago when I tried to work together with Russian scientists through bilateral call for proposal between Taiwan and Russia. And when the call for proposal just came out, I would receive emails from Russian scientists. But usually the emails are largely ignored because we do not know each other. We do not know the character, the personality of our counterparts. So eventually the research collaboration cannot be established. So I would like to suggest that if funding agencies could provide some seed funding to facilitate exchange before collaboration, that would be quite effective to establish the understanding and also friendship. And that kind of seed funding is not much, but will allow people to meet with each other. I remember that I organized 3 bilateral conferences between Taiwan and Russia. And then we built up a community to collaborate and work together. Even now, we still talk to each other. So I think it's the effective way to establish collaboration if funding agencies could provide some seed fund, not too much, just a little bit seed fund for mobility and also for conferences. And then when people meet up, then the collaboration can be established and the relationship can be also in depth. Another thing I want to emphasize also is that now we see the big concern across the globe due to conflict, due to misunderstandings and so on. And another region which is not so stable is across the Taiwan Strait. I noticed from yesterday's presentation that there are constantly a few thousand, roughly 5,000 resident visa issued to Chinese students, scholars, and visitors from Sweden. And because of tension between Taiwan and China, China very much has stopped sending students to Taiwan, and our students also are not feel easy to visit China. So I'm thinking about some collaboration modes, which is that now that so many students, scholars are working for Sweden, those Chinese students working in Sweden, if we establish the research collaboration between Taiwan and Sweden, could it be possible or could it be encouraged that those Chinese scholars and students would be coming to Taiwan to to facilitate the research collaboration, at the same time to establish understanding between Taiwan and China. And I think this is the win-win situation for Taiwan, China, and Sweden, because the scholars, students are working for Sweden, but through collaboration, the research quality can be promoted. At the same time, the Chinese students, scholars on Taiwan can also understand the society of Taiwan and the thinking of Taiwan to avoid miscalculation or misunderstanding. So this could facilitate the stability of the region and also avoid the conflict. So this is something that has been in my mind, perhaps could be promoted in some way to help the security of the whole world.
Thank you, Professor Wang. It sounds very encouraging what you are saying. Actually, 2 weeks ago, I think it was, another organization in Sweden, another foundation compared to SSF, just launched a report on science diplomacy. And that is what you are giving a plea for, actually, to have true academic collaboration, but in the same time being a bridge, meeting each other. We need that in this world full of conflicts, but it's not easy to do that. And we know that it's a pressure on all scientists during such collaboration as well. I also noticed that you agree with Professor Backlund on the importance of meeting each other. Doesn't that sounds very good when people in the engineering and medical field think that it's important to meet each other, Professor Young? You that are being for social sciences. We are all the same.
I'm just too optimistic. Actually, before the pandemic, of course, most of the interaction are in person, and we face to face and have the conference in person. But during the pandemic, although in the beginning it's not very convenient to work online or to communicate online, but I think many of us are getting more and more used to this kind of interaction. So actually, I'm more optimistic about a post-pandemic interaction, because the online technology really create another channel for communication. So I'm really expecting more productive collaboration after the pandemic. And I really believe that the pandemic will go eventually. So, but we have different kind. We have a variety of channel to work together, and that may, in my mind, that should be able to speed up many collaboration. And because the online technology can exceed the limit of time and space, and we can have more communication. So actually, I'm expecting more collaboration in the future. And also because of the online technology, before the pandemic, our focus might be more on research. But I think because of the online technology, we can start the development of teaching or training programs to benefit students from different areas, and that would become a promotion or a force to promote more different research. And yeah, I'm more optimistic at this point. I don't know, and Yeah, that's my opinion. Thank you. Yeah, and also I do think that in addition to promote the collaboration in science, and maybe it's really important to bring in the social sciences into the collaboration of science and technology. That would enrich our perspective. And because of the conflicts between Ukraine and Russia these days, and that really made me feel more important to promote this kind of research collaboration in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. And you speak for also more interdisciplinary research, one can say. We are discussing along two lines. We are discussing one very important subject, which I label as science diplomacy, which you took forward to us, Professor Wang, in a very important way. Thank you very much for that. And we are also talking about the post-pandemic situation. And you have been asking for seed money from funding organizations, because there are a lot of advantages and possibilities with virtual connection, but there are also difficulties. And Joachim, you are the only representative here for a funding organization. What do you say about the proposal from Professor Wang when it comes to seed money for meeting each other in order to perhaps start later on a collaboration?
Yeah, I think it's a very good proposal, of course. And I mean, in Sweden, we have a lot of different funding agencies, a lot of different actors, and we are doing different things and complementing each other. And you, Agneta, for example, know about Stint that have this kind of money, and I'm not fully logged in all the different actors in Taiwan and China, for example, but I'm sure that there are actors over there as well. So yeah, I think this is very important. I mean, SSF is a relatively small actor, but we try to contribute within these areas that I mentioned in my talks. And yeah, I think it's very important. And on the note on science diplomacy, I also listened to that seminar, Agneta, and it was very interesting, and I agree with the conclusions there as well. So yeah, I can just support this. And I mean, I think everybody agrees that science diplomacy is important, but we have seen, at least in Sweden, that not everybody is willing to pay for it. So I mean, we want there to be these, for example, technical attachés position, but there's no obvious organization standing up who wants to finance it, or at least not many of them. So yeah, it's a pragmatic issue as well, but yeah, it's important.
Can I ask the three professors here to what is the opinion from your respective universities to collaborate with a foreign colleague, for instance, in the Nordics, which is far away? So could it be a requirement in order to be promoted for top positions, or what? How is it? How is the standard in your institutions? Do you want to start, Anders, and I can have the comments from the others as well?
Sure, thank you. Yes, well, at Uppsala University, we don't have any requirements of this type, of course, but in reality, I would say if you're interested in pursuing an academic career, you have to do this. It is an integral part of the work that we do, and Uppsala University has a huge number of international collaborations. When I was working as advisor for the Vice Chancellor a couple of years then, as you mentioned, I had a possibility to sort of get an overview over what was going on at the whole of our university. And there are so many initiatives, so many examples of this, that it's very encouraging, I would say, and impressive also when you see it. So yeah, you don't have to, but you really should.
Practically, you need to in order
You
to
need
be.
to, yes.
Professor Wang, how is it at your institution?
Well, my university will not tell anybody to put any region or country on the top list. And it's pretty much up to individuals' experience and also inclination. And for me, again, because I had a great time and also in-depth interaction with Swedish scientists and also the Finnish scientists. So I will certainly put the Nordic region as a priority for my collaboration, especially my wife and also my 2 kids really like Sweden. They consider Sweden as a second home already. So again, I want to emphasize that if there's any seed funding that can be easily applied for and support people to meet with each other and experience different culture, then that will be the beginning of in-depth and also effective collaboration. And usually when we do international collaboration at the beginning, we don't quite pay much attention to a large amount of funding because each professor will have the channel to get funding to do research. And so the important thing is to have a mechanism to establish friendship and also interaction. And then once we have the drug feeling, then everything will just start naturally. So that is my comments.
Thank you. I hope, well, all researchers, especially in your fields, are all the time trying to get external funding for their research. And that is a pressure, of course. But you are really promoting that we meet in real life. And that expression, ERO, has been very important for the future, I would say.
Yes.
So
and
one of the hinders, I saw one question in question and answers about which hinders you see. You see funding as a large hinder for having collaboration with the colleagues in other countries.
I'm sorry, I don't quite get the
point. Do you
point
see funding as a hindrance, difficulty for having collaborations?
No, I don't think so. The major ingredient in high quality research and also collaboration is the friendship from my point of view. Yeah, because we need to talk frankly to each other and then care about each other to establish the in-depth understanding and also consolidate the ideas. I really don't think funding is the bottleneck for establishing collaboration. So again, I want to emphasize that the small C money to enable a mobility for people to meet up is going to be very effective. And another point, again, I put into the chat is that the conflicts are usually from misunderstandings. And meetings through collaboration is a way to understand each other and also stabilize the big concern now. So that is the point I want to spell out for this discussion. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wang. We need people like you in a world like this, talking for peace. Thank you. Just a short comment from Professor Backlund before we go to Professor Young, I think for the last intervention. We'll see. Professor Backlund first.
Thank you. Yes, I would really like to second these thoughts presented now by Professor Wang. I think in particular for young researchers that are interested in starting to develop this type of contacts, as you say, the seed money, the money to be able to go and meet with a colleague somewhere and start building, that would be really important. And that could be difficult for young researchers to get their hands on.
So we turn to Professor Yang. What do you say about all these things we have been discussing during the last minutes? You're free to comment.
A lot of things. Regarding the funding, I think my university is quite supporting the international collaborations. And as I mentioned, we have 2 national centers, and that as long as we have good ideas, I think our university is always supporting the collaboration. Especially, although we might need a lot of funding to launch a collaboration, but it was the situation before the pandemic. I think at this point we can launch a collaboration by communicating online first. And in my opinion, once we have a good idea to work together, then it's easier to get funding from university or from the government. And I'm not sure if this will work for different countries, but in Taiwan, because either the government or the universities are encouraging this kind of international collaborations. So I think we can talk about funding later after there's a real project appeared in the agenda. Yeah, that's in my opinion, that's how I'm working right now. And yeah, and it's very interesting to hear all the presenters here talking about fundings and the collaborations. And I have the feeling that maybe the most important point to launch any collaboration is to become more and more understanding toward each other. And that can inspire a lot of different things. Without the mutual understanding, yeah, and I remember someone said that you must like, Angie said, you must like someone to work with, and you need to understand the culture, the society of the country you are working with, so that you can establish a good atmosphere to work together in a long term, not just a short period of time. And that is very important. So maybe we put the mutual understanding first, then to about what collaborations can be established. And I believe that would be much more productive. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Yang. I think I've been a reviewer of internationalization for the Swedish government a couple of years ago. And when the higher education law in Sweden was transformed a little to make internationalization of higher education and research more important, the qualitative aspect came in the forefront. We collaborate in order for science, research, education to be better. You have pointed out cultural mutual understanding of each other as well. You have pointed out friendship as one of the most important things. You have pointed out how important it is in this, I will say, ugly world just now, to meet each other. And you have pointed out how science can be a means, a tool for different kind of people to meet and connect. I thank you very, very much for this. It has been a very rewarding talk to each of you. Thank you. And now we have to close this session. But thank you, all the panelists, of all my heart.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And bye-bye.
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 Bye.
Good afternoon and most welcome to this final session and panel of our Taiwan-Nordic Forum. And this session will deal with cultural exchange. And as most of you know, we have already had one session on focusing on political and state relations. We have had another panel on trade and a third panel on scholarly and scientific exchange, and now the time has come to culture. As a matter of fact, these four topics are all closely intertwined, especially I think in the minds of us who have organized this webinar, because the overall objective of this Taiwan-Nordic Forum is to promote closer ties between Taiwan and the Nordic countries. And there are different means to this. There are different avenues that can lead to closer ties. When Taiwan is discussed, at least in Sweden, and this is not done as often as it should be, but when Taiwan is discussed, the focus is more often than not, I think, on political and state relations, and also sometimes on trade relations, whereas cultural context, cultural cooperation and exchange is not at all discussed as much as it should be. And this, I think, is very regrettable, because as a matter of fact, if the overall objective is to promote closer ties, even politically, I think that cultural exchange is at least as important as the other topics we have discussed. To my mind, and of course, I, as an old professor, I have a bias. To my mind, culture and scholarly exchange may be the most important aspects. Because whatever form of cooperation with Taiwan you are engaged in, knowledge of Taiwan is vitally important. And I think that even for many of us who think of ourselves as friends of Taiwan, we often don't have so very much knowledge of Taiwan. So spreading and learning more about Taiwan and disseminating knowledge about Taiwan, I think, is very important indeed. Now this afternoon, I'm excited to introduce to you two eminently qualified panelists, speakers. Our first speaker this afternoon will be Mr. Deng Jianguo, who has been living in Sweden for 10 years already. As a matter of fact, both of our speakers are Taiwanese, and they have spent roughly 10 years in Sweden. So they are really qualified, eminently qualified cross-cultural people who know about Nordic as well as Taiwan culture. Mr. Deng Jianguo grew up in the city of Taichung in Taiwan. He studied English and literature at Taiwan National Taiwan University, the most prestigious university in Taiwan. But now his specialty is Swedish. He has studied Swedish mainly, I think, in Stockholm, and he has become perhaps the most prominent translator of Swedish and Nordic literature into Chinese in Taiwan. Of course, there are also people in mainland China who are his colleagues. Now he works both as an interpreter and as a literary translator. And he translates not only from Swedish into Chinese, but also from Norwegian. So for instance, he has translated works by the extremely interesting Norwegian writer, Jostein Gaarder, I should say, who of course is is the author of best-selling works introducing philosophy to young people and children, but which can also be read with great benefit by adults. I have read him myself. Deng has also translated such writers as Hans Rosling and Fredrik Backman. Our second speaker is Mr. David C.H. Liu, who also comes from southern Taiwan and has been, just like Dongjian, has been living in Stockholm since 2011. David is a marketing professional and previously worked for Ericsson, Tele2, and Amazon. David is a freelance journalist and has written for various Taiwanese media, including Womany and the News Lens. Very lively and interesting outlets in Taiwan, as well as for Pingo, Apple Daily in Hong Kong, which of course, sadly, very sadly, doesn't exist anymore. He now produces a podcast in Mandarin in Goi and a Facebook site on which he shares his insights and observations about Sweden for a Taiwanese audience. We understand that David is now completing his first book, which he expects to publish next year. So with these words, it's my great pleasure to, first of all, invite Dongjian to make a presentation, and which I think will focus on translations of literature from Sweden to China, from the Nordic countries to Taiwan, but also from Taiwan to the Nordic countries. Please, Dongjian.
Thank you, Torbjörn. And good afternoon, our best listeners and our participants. Yeah, as mentioned, my presentation will be focusing on the future of translated Swedish children's literature in Taiwan. I have to clarify that my experiences of working with children's literature translation is relatively limited, but I am interested in the phenomena within this genre. And here you can see our agenda today. First of all, I will try to define translation as an intercultural phenomena and trying to identify and localize the main forces and contributors behind this phenomena. And secondly, I will also give a very brief introduction about some most prominent Swedish authors being translated into traditional Chinese. And thirdly, I will try to localize and identify a number of major international book exhibitions in both the countries, in other words, in Sweden and in Taiwan. And afterwards, I will also mention briefly about a relatively small number of Taiwanese authors in children's literature who already have gained limited success and introduction into the Swedish literary policy system. And lastly, I will summarize the presentation with analysis and a number of predictions. First of all, we have to recognize the fact that translation is an intercultural process and phenomenon. So it's necessary for us to try to localize and identify the main forces and contributors behind this phenomenon. First of all, the translated literatures have to be seen and to be noticed. So the media has a predominant and decisive influence here, both digitally and on paperback, like in magazines or newspapers. Secondly, we also have to notify that book prices in children's literature define which kind of youth literature and children's books will be canonized and made into masterpieces in both countries. Yeah. And thirdly, the international book exhibitions in both countries further promote the canonized literatures to give the books the necessary visibility and celebrity into the society. So here we have a brief list about which organizers and participants behind international book exhibitions as platforms. Yeah, so mostly the main organizers tend to be governmental agencies like the Ministry of Culture and Interior Affairs, and a subordinate organizer may be culturally related foundations with close cooperations to the main organizer. And in terms of participants, there are a number of factors. First of all, we have the publishers and agencies in copyrights. Yeah, that is important for the communications about translated literatures. And thirdly, the authors. And lastly, the mainstream media's participation and influence on the book fairs. And here I have picked up several cultural factors and actors behind translation. Yeah, mostly, yeah, when we speak of translations, most of us tend to get an impression that translators have the final say. Yeah, but it is worthwhile to point out here that actually publishers and editors, in fact, have more prominent influences when it comes to the publications of the translated work, because translators are mostly responsible for delivering, while the publishers and the editors in Taiwan, they tend to consider the promotion of the work as their own stuff, and which entitles them to make changes in the translations which they may consider to be necessary. And another fact is that indirect translations has to be notified in literary translations in Taiwan. Also, within the genre of children literature, indirect translation refers to the fact that, for example, a Swedish children book is translated from its English translation version into traditional Chinese instead of being translated directly from the source language, which is Swedish in this case. So here, in turn, when it comes to Swedish authors in children literature that whose works have been translated into traditional Chinese, we have several prominent names here. In terms of the most frequently translated and published single book, we have given the title to The Wonderful Adventures of Nils, written by Selma Lagerlöf. Yeah. And in terms of the most frequently translated authors in Swedish children literature into Taiwan and into traditional Chinese, we have to define Tove Jansson and Astrid Lindgren in terms of the numbers of works being translated. And fourthly, another famous author in Sweden, Elsa Beskow. The situation is a bit more interesting about her here, because she was pretty much established within the Swedish children literature, and she was active as author during the first half of the 1900s. But it was firstly during the 5-year period between 2015 and 2020 that she became more frequently translated and published into traditional Chinese. So we can interpret the discovery of Elsa Beskow as Taiwanese publishers' efforts to try to find some more big names within the Swedish children literature to further enrich the diversity of translation. And yeah, here we have some more names about within the Swedish children literature whose work has been translated more recently from 2014 to 2021. Martin Widmark and Jacob Wegelius they are authors writing children literature with a more typical detective and criminality storyline, while E.P. Arrhenius and Corso and Lawson, they tend to write children books in form of illustrated books and with a storyline that resembles thriller and mystery. While Ulf Nilsson is writes more typical children literature. And now here we have Taipei International Book Exhibitions. Yeah. And on this exhibition, children literature is one of the genres participating in the exhibition, but not the only one. And on the screen, you may also find some children literature written in Swedish, which had been exhibited in this exhibition last year. And secondly, in terms of international international book fairs in Taiwan, we have Taipei International Children's Book Fair. And last year it was held digitally. And according to some statistics, the most purchased categories on this books exhibition are children literature with detective storylines and materials aiming at enhancing children's reading comprehension. And when it comes to international book exhibitions in Sweden, yeah, we have Gothenburg Book Fair, Stockholm Book Fair, and some other book fairs that are located outside the typical metropolitan area. And yeah, for instance, Dalarna Book Fair. Yeah, and in terms of from a perspective of cultural exchange, we also have the necessity to take a look at the exchange in the other way. In other words, Taiwanese authors being in children literature translated into Swedish. We have to recognize that the Taiwanese authors being translated into Swedish are still in a relative numerical minority right now, because we have to recognize that the repertoire of Swedish children literature is still stronger, which means that in this genre, yeah, the amount of translated Swedish children literature are still bigger than the other way around. But on the screen here, you can to the left of the screen, you can see that yeah, Sweden also has international have prizes for international authors who write in other languages. Yeah, that is the Peter Pan Award for authors written in other languages than Swedish and in children literature. So Peter Pan Award may be regarded as a main media for foreign children literature authors to be introduced into the Swedish system. And here I may specify two Taiwanese children literature authors who have been translated into Swedish. Yeah, the first one is Liu Xudong. Yeah, and his work, he writes the turtles to the turtles country. And the second book here is Guji Guji. According to my research, the Guji Guji, written by Chen Shiyuan, won the Peter Pan prizes somewhere around 2015 or 2016. So they were awarded and being translated into Swedish and thus into the Swedish literary policy system. And lastly, about the futures of the future of Swedish children literature in Taiwan, we can have a general analysis, which is that in the future, the Swedish children literatures being introduced into the Taiwanese policy system may have a stronger coloring of detective and thriller storyline. While maybe some more Taiwanese children literature authors will be introduced into the Swedish system, and we can also observe if they also get breakthrough into major Swedish international book fairs and exhibitions in the forthcoming period, like during a 5-year period in the future. And here we come to the end of this session. I would like to thank you for your time, and let's introduce the next speaker.
And let me say a few words between the two speakers. Thank you very much, Mr. Go, for your very rich presentation. As a Swede, it's very nice to hear that, to know that truly great writers such as Selma Lagerlöf and Astrid Lindgren, let alone Tove Jansson, who of course she is part of Swedish language literature, but it's a bit difficult to call her entirely Swedish, but certainly she's part of Swedish language literature. And it's very nice, I think, to know that these writers are fairly well known in Taiwan. Before passing the word to the next speaker, I would like to remind the audience that when you have questions or comments, please post these under the Q&A button that you find at the bottom of the page of the screen. If you click there, I'm afraid you will not be able to raise your questions orally. But then, without further ado, I give the word to our next speaker, Mr. David Liu, and we should Dongjian has now also. Yes, the floor is yours, David, please.
Thank you, Torbjörn, and thank you, Tenjian, for sharing. That was really, really interesting to see the cultural exchange on books and literature have been so much on there. I didn't really know that, so I learned a lot. Thank you for sharing. Let me also share my presentation, and it's my great pleasure to be here with you today. So I will just quickly, first of all, talk about myself. So as Torbjörn mentioned, I was born and raised in Taiwan, in Kaohsiung, the southern city. I came to Sweden in 2011 to study my master's degree in media communications at Stockholm University. I always dreamed about being a journalist, but then for my career, I took a different turn. So I started to do marketing. However, this journalism dream still came back to me later, which I will explain what I've been doing. I worked in different companies. So this is how my friends and families and colleagues know about me. However, I also have another identity. So since 2018, I started to write about Sweden in many different forms. So I started a Facebook page. In the beginning, I just want to do something very simple because there are so many great things or interesting happenings in Sweden I would like to share to my Taiwanese audience. So I started there, but then my journalism side kicked in. So I saw a lot of news happening in Taiwan or in Sweden, and I realized that there are quite a lot of the connections or similarities that I can mention, but people didn't know about it. So I started to write some serious articles, analysis about the current situations and everything. And that's why I started to also have fortunate enough to be invited to write some columns on newspapers and magazines or online media. And very quickly, I also realized that podcast is a form that can quickly engage a wider audience, but I can provide a deeper analysis on that. So I also started my podcast talking about different topics, each episode, touching upon different situations or phenomenon in Sweden. And hopefully, maybe next year, I will be lucky enough to have my first book, still talking to 1 or 2 publishers around that. But So quickly just browse through. So on Facebook and also on podcast, basically the channel I engage with my audience. And so those two forums are touching upon different topics, which I will tell you about it later. And also there are two examples of the publishers publishing articles that I had on the left-hand side. And that was, I remember that was, when we had the time, when we had a presidential election previously, and one presidential candidate criticized or made some very negative remarks about the immigrants, especially Filipino immigrants in Taiwan. And I quickly realized I have a platform. I really want to talk about how Sweden, what's the multinational policy of the society should function here in Sweden. So I wrote about that article, and remember it was 11 p.m. in the evening. And then after I wrote about the article, I published on my Facebook and went to sleep. And the next day when I woke up, that article has been shared more than 3,000 times. And different media also quoted my words without my permission, obviously. But the things are really spreading out. And I also at that time started to realize that there are quite a lot of connections or similarities that we can share between the two countries. And also on the right-hand side, what you see is the editorial column on Apple Daily. So I talked about the Swedish politics, about the Swedish nationality or the Swedish identity between the left wing and right wing, and what's the dilemma around it. I can talk about more later on. But still, I need to talk about touch upon a very important topic, like why? Why do I want to do this? And what did I learn from this cultural exchange, let's say? So first of all, we need to understand Taiwan and Sweden is 8,500 kilometers away from each other. We are located in totally different part of the world. We are so different in many, many ways. And that kind of a distance creates a perfect filter for Taiwanese people when we look at Sweden. Before we've been to the Nordic countries or before we even know about Sweden, there are a lot of the good things mentioned in the media. It's in Mandarin. We usually say 距离产生美感. That literally means the distance creates that kind of perfect pink bubble filter that makes everything in Sweden look so nice. But my main objective is to really make a Taiwanese audience understand. For example, like people talking about, wow, Sweden is such an equal country. We have the parental leave days. But I also want to mention, like, are Taiwanese people ready to pay more than 30% of the income tax in exchange of the social benefits, when Taiwanese people literally on average pay 7% or 6% on the income tax? Because we need to understand what Sweden has contributed, what its people have contributed to the society in exchange of what we have today. And it's always a give and take. It's almost like, what could you want to give in order to get what you want to have, that kind of things. And also there are no meaningful connections. For example, like when Taiwan looks at Sweden, we know it's far away, and we know it's like in Taiwan, we say it's a perfect society. Everything works, everything functions. However, what I usually say is like copy paste doesn't work. You can't just copy the Swedish model and paste forcibly on Taiwan. It never worked, because you need to understand what is the cultural background behind the two countries. We can always learn from each other, but if we just admire Sweden so much, you want to have everything of Sweden in Taiwan, that doesn't work. And that has always been my main objective. I want to really let people understand what is the true reality in the Swedish society. It doesn't matter it's good or bad, because people can have their own judgment. But what is important is you need to understand the full background before you make your own decision. And my main objective is that. Quickly talking about the channels I have. Here are also some interesting observations. So those 4 boxes are in the order of the engagement. So podcast is a very niche media. So podcast, I can talk about very, very deep and serious topic. And to be honest, my podcast is very, very boring. It's not entertaining at all. I talked about very serious issues like why Sweden, for example, why Sweden finally has the first female prime minister. What is the reason? What happened? Or how did Sweden deal with the immigration crisis a few years ago, and what has been the effect? So podcast being a channel has been very, very niche, but the audience there, if they really want to understand, the audience engagement has been super high. And then the next one is the columns. That means the longer articles. So, here I can write a longer analysis of the different things happening in Sweden or different things happening in Taiwan and how Sweden can relate to that. And this is a wider audience than podcast, because people, when they really want to understand, when they can find an article, they can really understand a lot. Facebook, because nowadays people are browsing Facebook on their mobile phone, so people don't really have time for long articles. So here, the message needs to be very crisp. And, in order to engage the audience on Facebook, you need to find the points that can resonate with them. So maybe it's something novelty happening in Sweden. For example, like previously, the Swedish royal family announced that the princess or the prince in the future, they can actually marry the same-sex partner and still keep their royal title. And that is such a natural thing we see in Sweden. But when I shared on Facebook, it got hundreds of shares because people feel like it's novelty. People feel like, oh, we didn't know this could happen, but actually it happens in Sweden. Sweden is so advanced in that. And finally, Instagram. So as you know, it's a picture platform. So here, in order to engage a wider audience, I also share either the pictures of the Swedish streets in Stockholm or anything interesting. So combined with those 4 channels, I sort of created an imagined community of people in Taiwan who are really interested in Sweden, no matter they want to understand very deep and hardcore topics, so they can listen to podcasts, or they just simply want to see how it looks like in Sweden now. Is it snowing? Is it raining? Or is it sunny day? They can look at the Instagram. Finally, I want to talk about, there are some limitations I noticed, which is also very interesting to mention. For example, like I somehow also created a very strong echo chamber. In Mandarin, we say it's a 同温层. That means I sort of gather the same kind of profile of the audience. If I look at my Facebook page, over 70% of my audience are female, between they are 25 to 35 years old, based in Taipei. And if you really deep analyze that, those are the generation that they want to be the modern female, but they are still trapped in the traditional thinking of the Taiwanese thinking. So they really admire Sweden because Sweden promotes females' rights. And it sounds very weird when I say females' right now, because in Sweden, it's part of our everyday life. But in some countries, even in some situations in Taiwan, that could still be an issue. So this echo chamber has been so strong, which is great for those people who really want to find their own identity. However, my objective is to really reach out to broader audience, to influence more people on the values I believe in, which are mostly the Swedish value. So that also means it's a very niche outreach. I still feel like the audience is still very wide, but I haven't really touched upon the full capacity. And finally, you can realize that all my channels are written in Chinese or in Mandarin. So it's pretty much one way. I promoted Sweden to the Taiwanese audience. I let the Taiwanese audience understand more about Sweden, but I haven't done exactly the same to the other way around. So Swedish people, it's like in Taiwan, we confuse Switzerland and Sweden all the time. In Sweden, people confuse Thailand and Taiwan all the time. So hopefully in the future, I can touch upon that part, so to engage Taiwan more in Sweden culturally and to make more Swedish people understand how is Taiwan doing and how is it relating to their everyday life. Because as I said, there are actually quite a lot of the connections we can find between the 2 countries culturally, and also there are a lot of similarities that we can leverage to really facilitate the cultural exchange between the 2 nations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David, for this wonderful presentation, very rich presentation also. And in some ways, thought-provoking, I would say. Before opening up the floor for questions from the audience, I would like to raise a couple of questions myself. And the first question I think I will direct to Mr. Guo, to Tongjian. And this is a simple but still a serious question. Again, I'm thinking about the fact that the introduction of children's literature has played a relatively important role in presenting Swedish literature in Taiwan. What does this reflect, do you think? Was this the result of some of the decisions of some publishers that may have been rather arbitrary, or does it say something about Taiwanese consciousness, Taiwanese culture today?
We can define by the choice of the translated Swedish literature. We can perceive or actually analyze Taiwanese publishers' impressions of Sweden as a cultural entry. Yeah, in the Taiwanese society, the impression in general, the general expression the Sweden gives Taiwanese people is, as David mentioned, emphasis on female rights and emphasis on the welfare of children, and in the meantime, major authors like Tove Jansson and Astrid Lindgren, they have been translated already into English, and English is a strong intermediate language and platform. So Swedish is undoubtedly slightly more peripheral compared with major languages like French and English, but these authors are internationally recognized. They are recognized both in Sweden and internationally recognized by English-speaking media. So you can define the choice of such children literature as Taiwanese people's approach to view Sweden as a cultural entry. Yeah.
I am much more knowledgeable, as a matter of fact, about mainland Chinese culture than I am about Taiwanese culture. But and looking at the mainland, we can find an obsession really with the Nobel Prize. Yeah. So if you look at translations of foreign literature into Chinese in mainland China, all Nobel Prize winners have been translated, I think. There's an enormous focus on the Nobel Prize. And for me as a Swede, this sometimes seems to border on the absurd. Is there something similar in Taiwan? Are the Taiwanese also very interested in the Nobel Prize in literature?
I have to say that in the Chinese-speaking communities, winning an international prize is always something big. Yeah, as particularly Nobel Prize. So yes, those Swedish literatures having been awarded with Nobel Prize and translated into simplified Chinese in mainland China have also, undoubtedly become translated into traditional Chinese in Taiwan. So in that case, it's pretty similar. But I would perceive that a part of that the Taiwanese society, they are comparatively not as obsessed as mainlanders with the award of Nobel Prize winning works. Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
May I turn to David now with a couple of questions?
Of course.
Listening to you, David, you managed, I think, to reinforce what I thought might be a prejudice about Taiwanese culture, and that is that Taiwanese people tend to idealize at least Swedish society, maybe Nordic societies as a whole. And this may also be a little bit embarrassing for a Swede like me, because I have to recognize that being Swedish, representing Swedish culture in some sense, the interest in Taiwan culture in Sweden is really rather limited, as I'm sure you would agree. And I would like to get back to this. But this idealized picture, you mentioned the attraction of distance, right?
Yeah.
Is this a main factor behind this idealization, or can you identify other factors?
Yeah, so I mean, I mentioned the distance is because, I mean, for example, like the Taiwanese community here in Sweden is quite small. The same as the Swedish community in Taiwan is very small, because maybe because it's the distance or maybe other factors, but because both sides are not doing the cultural exchange that much, that's why people don't really understand each other. So I think that's one thing. But the other thing is really the media effect. So, you know, when they are, to be honest, there are not so many international media outlets in Sweden, to be honest. So when you want to really, for example, like BBC or CNN or even any other international media outlet, when they want to report Sweden, they tend to really pick up those things that feel very novelty, because that's where the news value is. They want to get more audience. So somehow Sweden has been idealized as a social welfare country where everyone is treated equal. People don't need to work so much, and the life is not so stressful. Kids can grow up in happiness, those kind of situation. And that further reinforced how Taiwanese people see Sweden, because in Taiwan, the media doesn't really invest that much in international news. What they do is do translation from international news outlets. So after that translation, it further really reinforced that, because there are not so many other happenings in Sweden. So they didn't really understand, or Taiwanese audience don't really understand the other challenges or struggles we have in this country. And the reality is, no matter which country you are in, there are always struggles and challenges that other countries can't really know. And we do have it here, but it's just like Sweden has been idealized, like you said. And I think it's because of the distance, lack of understanding between each sides, but media plays such an important role in this.
Of course, as a Swede, I shouldn't think of idealization as something very strange or exotic. You know, if we think of Swedes, the image of Chinese culture in Sweden, this has also been very much idealized. Although this image in Sweden has been like a pendulum swinging between idealization and demonization.
Yeah, definitely.
May I then direct a question to both of you, also very general, but perhaps serious and important question on misconceptions. Would you be able to list what in your minds are the major misconceptions among Taiwan people with regard to the Nordic countries and among Swedes concerning Taiwan, or other people, or people in the other Nordic countries, but I suppose you are more familiar with Sweden than any other Nordic countries. Who would like to start? Would you, Damien, would you say something about that?
I mean, you mean regarding the more major misconceptions?
Yes, both ways.
This is in terms of the misconceptions from the Swedish side to the Taiwanese side, I would have to partly agree with Davey. That is the phenomenon of overestimation or idealization of the Swedish society by Taiwanese media. And for instance, we can also relate back to the choice of translated genres from Swedish into traditional Chinese. We can see that children literature is the hallmark in this part. That reflects the fact that in the Taiwanese community that is more interested in knowing more about Sweden, they idealize Sweden as a society with perfect children welfare, and it may be so that the Swedish infrastructure is comparatively better, but the degree of over idealization by some Taiwanese media is sometimes beyond your imagination. And in terms of the Swedish community's misconception of the Taiwanese society, I have to say that Swedes are not as expressive in this area as the Taiwanese. So I have to admit that I have to do some more research or to make more, to do some more down to earth approach and research. But yeah, I have to carry out some more research about this.
Yes. And David, do you have any thoughts about this?
Yeah, I do. I think from what I've already experienced, so in Sweden, I think gradually, because I arrived in Sweden in 2011, and at that time when I talked to people about I'm from Taiwan, at that time, quite a lot of the time, people will say, oh yeah, I've been to Bangkok. So basically they thought about Thailand all the time, and we can't blame them because in Taiwan, many people still don't understand the difference between Switzerland and Sweden because in Chinese, it's also very confusing, 瑞士 and 瑞典. So it's very similar to English as well. But over the years, I think what has been extraordinary is, especially I would say maybe over the past 5 years, maybe it's because of the cultural exchange between the societies, or it may be because it's the media's efforts from Taiwan to the world. Taiwan has been seen more and more. So people now, when I talk to people in Sweden saying I'm from Taiwan, people will understand, oh yeah, you are a democratic country, right? Oh yeah, you have a female president. I saw that on the news. Oh yeah, you are under the threat from mainland China and those kind of things. But still, one thing I want to mention, which I think is very interesting, is when they ask me what language I speak, I usually say Mandarin. And quite a lot of people are surprised. They say, oh, I thought you have your own language, or is it a Taiwanese, not a language? I always need to explain, like Chinese language is a language family, and they has a lot of different kind of dialects, or in many ways you can already qualify as a different language. So in Taiwan, we have been speaking with Mandarin, that's a historical issue, but we also have other different dialects. And then so people will gradually understand that's a difference, because quite a lot of Swedes, when I talk to them, they somehow categorize Taiwan as part of Southeast Asia, which is also very correct, because nowadays the proxy is very close to each other. And also, nowadays in Taiwan, the population below 15 years old, 10% of them have one or both of the parents are having the Southeast Asian background. So we are moving towards that kind of multinational country, let's say, or like more like Singapore. So that is something I also noticed. But in terms of how Taiwan sees Sweden, I would say over the past 10 years when I'm here, I think it doesn't really change that much. It still stays in kind of the ideology format. People understand this is a super social welfare country where everyone should be treated equal and things will work out. It's a peace-loving country, like kind of the ideology still stays. I think still several factors. I mean, maybe because different media reporting or different articles, things are improving. People really start to understand the different situations in Sweden, not always as perfect as always, but still, I think there's a very clearly gap, like Chen Jie mentioned, a very clear gap between how Swedish people see Taiwan, how Taiwan sees Swedish people, because Sweden compared to Taiwan is still the more dominant culture in the world. Look at the cultural expo, for example, like H&M or Spotify or IKEA as a very strong example that people understand it's from Sweden. So Sweden is exporting quite a lot of cultural concepts to the world, while Taiwan has not been doing the same. And maybe over the past 1 or 2 years, people realize how important semiconductor is, and people also understand it's from Taiwan. So people understand Taiwan is sort of a technology island. But besides that, I don't think the people in Sweden understand more about Taiwan than usual.
Thank you very much. I find the answers you both give to this question very interesting. David ended on a very modest note, saying that Sweden in some ways is more outgoing, we have more famous trademarks and so on and so forth. But as a matter of fact, I think you have both provided Scandinavians and Swedes with good reason to engage in some critical self-reflection. In Dunjan's case, it was obvious that it was rather easy for you to say something about Taiwanese misconceptions about Sweden. But when it comes to Swedish misconceptions of Taiwan, you have very little to say. And in David's case, the first thing that comes to mind when you want to identify a Swedish misconception about Taiwan is that we confuse Thailand and Taiwan. I think the common denominator of these answers is that you have both come across monumental ignorance on the part of Swedes with regard to Taiwan, and not only ignorance, but perhaps even lack of interest. And this, I think, is something that Swedes and people in all countries should seriously reflect about. Now, I will make a comment that is not entirely polite, but you see, when I look at our session now at the attendees, I notice that the great majority of participants now have Chinese names. Not very many Swedes attend just now. And does this reflect, even among these friends of Taiwan who attend our forum, does it even among these people reflect somewhat of a lack of serious interest? If you allow me, because I don't see many questions here, I would like to digress a little bit into this area, the lack of knowledge and lack of interest among Swedes and Nordic people about Taiwan. I think, from my perspective, and I don't really speak as a specialist. What I say will be very impressionistic, but I have been an active observer for a long time, and it seems to me that first of all, the relatively limited knowledge of Taiwan among Swedes is an aspect of very limited knowledge about Asia altogether among Swedes. It has taken a long time for Swedes to become really interested in Asia. I began to study at the university in the late 1960s, and the generation I belonged to, we thought that in 10 or 20 years, China, Japan, India would be very much at the center of our attention. But this has not really happened. Now I'm an old man, as you can see, and I retired from the university a few years ago already. But at least until I retired, can you imagine that languages such as Chinese, Japanese, Korean, and Hindi in the official Swedish terminology were referred to as small languages? I mean, we are not so stupid as to believe that there are few speakers of Chinese or Japanese or Hindi, but of course this term reflects their size in the Swedish educational system. But I think this is telling, and it should be a source of embarrassment to speak about Chinese and Hindi as small languages. Then, if we compare Taiwan and mainland China in terms of the interest that these areas and their culture or cultures evoke in Sweden, it is of course a fact that political realities have paved the way for greater interest in mainland China than in Taiwan. Sweden chose in 1950 to break relations with the Republic of China and to recognize Red China. This was done by our government at the time, not because they thought that the regime in Beijing was such a nice regime, but I think that at that time, and this has continued, the decisive factor in determining which regime to recognize is whether or not this regime exercises actual control over its area. And the communist government in Beijing was in control. The pretension of the Chiang Kai-shek regime to represent all of China was not taken seriously. And on top of that, at that time we had a very influential foreign minister in Sweden who was with a slight anti-US bias. So I think he was not unhappy about designing a foreign policy that in some important ways departed from Washington's policy. Then in the 1960s, as you know, and this of course is in some ways an absurd chapter of Swedish history, the Cultural Revolution stimulated the interest in China and in Chinese culture. Maoism, the Cultural Revolution, was seen as very interesting social experiment. And many people here came to see China during the Cultural Revolution as a model, actually, for many people to emulate, for many countries to emulate. And of course, this reflects monumental ignorance, but it was a fact, and it played quite an important role in stimulating interest in mainland Chinese culture, although still, I mean, in comparison with Western cultures, that mainland Chinese culture also did not attract very much interest. In post-Mao China after 1976, which is also in post-Chiang Kai-shek Taiwan, you know that Chiang Kai-shek passed away in 1975 and Mao in 1976. In the post-Mao era, people in Sweden began really to take much more interest than ever before, I think, in Chinese culture, and not least thanks to the efforts of individual scholars, and especially then the efforts of my teacher, Göran Malmqvist, Ma Göran. Chinese literature became fairly well known in Sweden. Not that Chinese novels ever sold very well in Sweden, but they were discussed and people came to think. Swedes became aware that China has literature, at least, but they had been aware of that before. Chinese films, the cinema, attracted a lot of attention. The films of Zhang Yimou and Chen Kaige had really very highly praised. And if we take literature and the cinema as examples, of course, at that time in the 1980s and later, some Taiwan culture also attracted attention. The filmmaker Liang, or Ang Lee, as Westerners tend to call him, of course, early became and has remained a very famous film director. But I don't think that Swedes generally think of him so much as Taiwanese. He's an international figure, one of the best filmmakers in the world, but he's not that closely associated with Taiwan in the minds of ordinary Swedish cinema lovers. But what about a filmmaker such as Hou Xiaoxian, who I think is second to none in terms of quality? I mean, the films you may think very highly of Ingmar Bergman or of Zhang Yimou and Chen Kaige and Federico Fellini or whatever, but someone like Hou Xiaoxian, he belongs in that category, and he is dismally unknown in Sweden and in large parts of the Western world, for that matter. This is a very sad fact. In terms of literature, I think one of the first contemporary Taiwanese writers to be introduced into Sweden was Liang, whose book Shafu, the Butcher, was translated very early and also attracted a lot of considerable attention among literary critics and among the reading public. Also, Taiwan literature that somehow told us something about mainland China attracted some attention. So the woman writer, well, Liang is also a woman, and another prominent writer from Taiwan is Chen Ruoxi, whose famous short story about Mayor Yin Xianzhang was early translated into Swedish and attracted a lot of attention. But still, on the whole, these names, if you ask even students of literature in Sweden today, would be fairly unknown. And getting back to my teacher, Göran Malmqvist, being deeply disillusioned with the development in mainland China after the Beijing massacre in 1989, he turned his attention more and more to Taiwan culture. And so, for instance, in the late 1990s, I think, he published a book with containing poems by 9 Taiwanese poems, very high quality translations, high quality poetry, but this book was hardly reviewed. And the most embarrassing thing about introducing serious literature from Taiwan, to my mind, is that Göran Malmqvist put a lot of effort into translating the poems of the poet Yang Mo. Yang Mo undoubtedly, yeah.
I'm just trying to interrupt here to say that I guess that David wants to add something in the discussion.
Pardon?
David wants to add something.
Yeah, but let me just finish this and say that Yang Mo,
all right,
a book containing 500 pages of Yang Mo's poetry was published in Swedish, and this book was hardly reviewed. So this is also something to think about. What did you say, Anna? Do we have any questions? I can't see any.
No, I don't need a question. David raised his hand, and I guess David wants to comment on your talk.
Oh, yes. But then I would just like to finish this and say that it is a fact that neither the culture of mainland China nor the culture of Taiwan has really attracted that much attention in Sweden, but mainland culture much more, and that this is something that we could do something about. So I would very much like to use this Taiwan-Nordic Forum to make people here consider the possibility to mobilize institutions such as the Swedish Institute, the Kulturrådet, the Cultural Council, and so on, to design programs with a view to introducing much more of Taiwan culture. I realize that I've talked a lot, but I thought that I could do that since we only have 2 speakers. David, would you like to say something?
No, yeah, thank you. I mean, I think I totally understand what you're saying, and I think you touched upon quite a lot of interesting angles, so I just want to add on top of that, which is very relevant. So I think while you were speaking about it, I think why is it like Taiwan has not been made into the Swedish society as a well-known culture? And I think maybe it's also politically related, to be honest. For example, like over the past 10 years, now it's become very clear. But maybe 10 years ago, 20 years ago, we were still not sure about our own identity. You know, are we Taiwan or are we China? Are we the real China? Are we the old China? You know, those kind of things. So when you couldn't really make your own mind about who you are, as long as the identity, it's very, very hard to tell people who you are. It's less clear to the people on the other side to understand who you really are. Are you part of it? For example, like China now owns the entire great Chinese history, and some people in Taiwan still argue that we are still the orthodox of the real China because we basically continue the Chinese traditional character and also a lot of literature. So who owns that? So it has become very interesting. But over the past maybe 10 years, now, I mean, with the younger generation, I mean, the generation younger than me, so, you know, they were born and raised in Taiwan, they started to really foster this Taiwanese identity. They realized that this is something different. And also, I also realized, not to mention actually, quite a lot of Aboriginal culture in Taiwan. So we have quite a lot of different Aboriginal races in Taiwan. They actually also made quite good in terms of the music industry in the world. So, you know, they speak a language the Taiwanese people don't understand, that's their own mother tongue. But because of their efforts, they try to promote their own culture, and somehow they breaks into the quite a niche community of the music industry in the world that's very independent music, because people really are interested about, you know, you are making so much effort to introduce your own culture, your own identity. So are you in Taiwan? So, you know, what kind of culture are you in Taiwan? So I think it's going to be very interesting going forward, since the ambiguity of the Taiwanese identity has now passed. So maybe nowadays people are, I don't know, still don't know yet. There's no right or wrong answer. So are people really pursuing we are Taiwanese? So there's a Taiwanese culture like breakthrough from the traditional Chinese culture, or is it like we are both of them? We are basically continuing the traditional Taiwan Chinese culture, but on top of that, we also establish the Taiwanese identity on top of that going forward. So I think so also the other question from the Swedish side, from Sweden to look at Taiwan is, do you see Taiwan as a technology island that produces a lot of high-tech equipment, or do you see Taiwan actually is a very cultural rich island where it gathers so many different histories? I mean, look at Taiwan's history, being colonized by Portuguese, Spanish, Dutch, then Japanese, and you know, you can all see the cultural traits in Taiwan in different part of the island. However, that is something that is very not mentioned at all, and because recently, if you look at the past 3 years, all the news on the media, international media about Taiwan definitely relates to China. It's about the political tension. It's about the awkward position between China and Taiwan, and China in the US, and Taiwan is in the middle of that. So the public discourse is somehow around the political view in the recent years. So maybe that's also the fact that the cultural part of Taiwan is hard to really be introduced when the attention is all in politics.
I very much agree with this. Would you, Dominic, like to add something about the perception of Taiwan here, perhaps in terms of identity as understood also in Taiwan?
I agree with what David mentioned. In other words, when if the focus on Taiwan is mostly political, then the chances are that the attention may be quick but pretty superficial, because the audience only view what is mentioned in the mainstream media, on internet and on websites, and the hit may pick up maybe in a week or so, and afterwards the interest is short-lived. So yeah, my impression is that more efforts has to be done on the cultural side to try to skip the political sphere and try to make some more profound efforts. Try to dig into the grassroots and try to localize the part of the Swedish communities or societies who still has the willingness or the incentives to interact with a foreign culture like the Chinese one or the Taiwanese one. So,
and I must say I very much agree with this. I think even we should speak to our authorities about this. Our authorities will also help promote cultural exchange. There are a lot of things that both our governments and the government of Taiwan could do in this regard. And I understand that the government in Taipei feels that it is threatened at the moment. So it's very natural for them to focus on politics. But nevertheless, in the long run, deeper cross-cultural understanding between the Nordic countries and Taiwan is important and a prerequisite for close political cooperation, I believe.
And also, I think, I've been thinking about, since the attention has been politics so much, but maybe there's actually a way to relate to that, starting from the political discussion. For example, like if that's the angle to go in, according to The Economist, they ranked in 2021 basically the freedom of speech. No, it's not. It's the democratic degree of different countries. Taiwan ranked number 7th in the world, which is the number 1 in Asia. You know, the top 5 you can imagine is Netherlands, Sweden, the Nordic countries, but Taiwan has made it into top 10. So there are like the similarities. So if Sweden think about they want to find allies, they want to find the partners in the world. So this is maybe a good breakthrough point to make Swedish people be interested about Taiwan. So they will probably wonder, why is it top 10? That's the only Asian country there. What's going on with Taiwan? So maybe they will start to feel interested. And then if you look into the history of Taiwan, that is also very much a breakthrough point. You know, 30, 40 years ago, we were a dictatorship government, and now transformed into a vibrant democracy in Asia. Because I mean, that could be a breakthrough point. If we also look at Korea, which has been widely successful in terms of the cultural exploitation to the world because of the K-pop, and because also the Korean films also made so much effort into the Oscar awards. So there are some learnings that we can get from there, but I must say that not every country is the same. So Taiwan needs to find its own position. I mean, if you look at Korea, they've been successful, but they've been doing that for the past 15 years. And 15 years ago, no one believed, or Korean people maybe they didn't even believe that they could make it into the international stage one day. But it's a long-term investment, and you know, and unfortunately, I must say, like in the democratic country, sometimes the problem is every 4 years we need to have a new government. So maybe the cultural policy will stop because you change it to another government from right wing to left wing, from left to right. But this is a long-term investment. So whoever is in charge of the cultural policy, that shouldn't be affected by the politics. It needs to see through the long-term strategy to go through that process. So that is one thing. And also I mentioned like there are a lot of similarities in Sweden. I think Taiwan got recognized again in 2019 when it made to the international news that Taiwan legalized the same-sex marriage, and that's where Sweden also realized, we maybe are not so different, although we are still very much different. So there are a lot of leverage points, but they are so independent with each other. So people see like this is an independent event, and after the next day when the news is gone, then the interest is gone. So there's no long-term strategy among those. And if we want to see Korea as a model, I'm not saying that we should, but we see them as a cultural exploitation model, then you need to understand that it's a 10 years, 15 years in making to be where they are today.
I could not agree more. And you mentioned that in the minds of Swedes, Taiwan is often confused with Thailand, and I suppose one reason is that Thailand is so attractive as a country for tourism. But of course, Taiwan is also a lovely country for tourism. So I very much hope that tourism can expand. Dogja, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I mean, the cultural efforts indeed. It has to be made in long term. And meanwhile, it is also important to try to identify or localize a proper target group from the beginning. So indeed, it will involve a long-term efforts, and maybe some research from some governmental agencies has to be carried out first. Try to make a stronghold in the beginning, and to elaborate on the starting point and make into a service, and then to dig into the deeps. So
we still have about 15 minutes before we have to end this wonderful session and the whole forum. Are there no questions from the audience? If not, then I should like to ask both of you to make some concluding remarks, if you want to, about any aspect of cultural exchange that you wish to deal with, to discuss. So please, the floor is open. Who would like to start? Would you start, Dong-Jian?
Yeah. In terms of the Swedish works translated into traditional Taiwanese, I have to say that sometimes the most frequently translated genres or categories are not necessarily the best in terms of qualities and depths. And I also look forward to more Swedish literatures of higher qualities, such as in poetry, and more serious novels in the future have the chance and the prerequisites to be gradually introduced into the Taiwanese literary policy system. Because the genres such as thrillers and community novels, they may feel good in a short term, but actually it does not help that much when it comes to the efforts to deepen the intercultural understanding in a long term. And furthermore, only some of the thrillers are written in a convincing way. So my hope is that in the future, more Swedish literatures of higher quality will have the chance to be introduced into traditional Chinese. And yeah,
thank you. And David?
Yeah, so I think the discussions today have been really, really interesting. And also it reminds me a lot of different perspectives that we can actually do. And the cultural aspect, considering the two nations, basically the relations between the two nations, is actually, I would say, could be the most long-lasting and most powerful one. You know, trade could be great, but trade might be just a one-time. And politics is always ever-changing. But the cultural building between the two countries, that's long-lasting and that's very influential. Because when you really win people's hearts, that is a really good breakthrough point and leverage to use. And there are different ways. Like Chen Jian, I mean, he is, you know, dedicated into the literature field, and there are other basically learnings that we can see from other countries. For example, like I know in Berlin, the Taiwanese people, they organize Taiwan Film Festival, which is not a very easy thing to do because you need to raise money, you need to invite the filmmakers of Taiwan to come to Berlin to do the film, and also the panel and so on. But they've been doing it for 2 and 3 years, and the result has been remarkable because people start to realize like there are different sides of Taiwan I've never seen before. Besides politics and technology, there's actually a very vibrant community of the filmmaking, and also people probably will start to Google and realize, oh, Li An or An Li is actually from Taiwan, which is very remarkable. So I think it's always, I mean, of course, we need to take care of it from the government perspective. They need to have a long-term strategy, but the efforts driven from the society, from among the Taiwanese community overseas, is actually a power we can't underestimate, because we are the actual people that are talking to Swedish people, that are interacting with Swedish society. We work in different companies. Almost everyone could be a cultural ambassador if you really want to see this as a whole integrated strategy to really promote the Taiwanese culture in Sweden, but also the other way around, Swedish culture in Taiwan, which has been done quite a lot, but still there are more work that can be done. So
thank you so very much. And for me, then it only remains to say 2 or 3 things. I think, first of all, this afternoon has been extremely stimulating for me. I think that both of you, Dong-Jian, Go, and David, you are really doing fantastic work in promoting cross-cultural understanding and communication. Nothing could be more important, and I'm so impressed. We are so impressed. I am sure I can speak on behalf of the audience. We are so impressed by your work, and we hope that you will find a way to continue this work. It's also, for me as a Swede, it's inspiring to listen to you, because of course your main target audience are Taiwan people in Taiwan. As a Swede, I and others should devote much more energy and time to introducing various aspects of Taiwan culture to Sweden. And this idea of a film festival I have been toying with for a few years, but I'm so inefficient, I've been unable to do much about it. But again, I'm spurred by what you are now saying, and I think we should contact the Swedish Film Institute and the Kulturrådet as soon as possible. So thank you so very much for your important interventions also this afternoon. Don't you want to add something, Torbjörn?
I think there are questions to David.
Are they?
Oh, I see. Yes, two questions. Oh,
okay.
I can read them. First from my colleague Larissa Stünkel. You noted, David, that you do not try to idealize Sweden, Swedish society. How did people react to your podcast when you first started?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So when I started, I really introduced my audience said it's the truth about Sweden, like what is it really like to live in Sweden? What is this? What is that? And people are somehow, some of them are quite shocked. They say, oh, I never thought about it. I never thought about like you need to do this many things to maintain this seem to be perfect society. Oh, I never thought about that. You actually have a lot of challenges in Sweden. I mean, from maybe the education system, which has been very popularly discussed, to the immigration crisis, and to the race of the right-wing parties and those kind of things. So I think I somehow did open a window, you can even say the Pandora's box, to the Taiwanese audience. So some of them became really interested to really understand more about what it's going to be like and what's the consequence, or what's the reason behind different happenings in Sweden. For example, like why Sweden has such a powerful brand as IKEA. And that is because, I mean, Swedish people really value the time being with the family, being at home. And that's why IKEA has been a very affordable brand that can actually quickly transfer or basically transmit its Swedish values to the world.
And we have a second question for you, David, from our Taiwanese friend in Helsinki, Vasik Silan. Thank you for the discussion. I'm based in Finland and running a podcast to foster mutual understanding between Finland and Taiwan. I'm wondering, what would David recommend if one wants to foster democratic values by using media such as podcast to influence overseas Chinese about people's perception in Mandarin? Please.
Yeah, I assume you mean how do we use different channels to influence people from mainland China? If that's what you mean.
I think so.
Yeah, and I think that from my experience, that's been very, very difficult. And that could be, I think my conclusion would be, you need to choose the right channel, because even the people from China who live overseas, they still tend to use the channels they like as they use in China. For example, like maybe they won't listen to Spotify that much, where the major podcasts are there. So maybe they have their own podcast app that is allowed in China to convey that kind of information in China, which makes it very more difficult, because if you are in a different view, you want to get into that platform, you probably will be banned anyways. So I think, to me, the most efficient way is actually to make more friends in real life, because that is the actual communication face to face. And I think that is very valuable, because you can really understand what they say. Because quite a lot of times when we do kind of discussions, the point is not to convince each other. The point should be like, you should understand more about each other, why they think about this, how did they react to this, and what is in their mind, so you can find a more common ground to really effective communicate with each other. But sometimes people tend to believe what they already believe in, so that makes it even harder. So I would say online channels probably are not the best tool so far, but the actual interactions or networking with the people from China, that has been very valuable to me, because we can understand each other by the language, and that is the best source. But if you want to engage a wider audience online, I think the effort needs to be so much more than usual.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Dongjian, for drawing my attention to these two interesting questions that I had missed. Then in conclusion, I would only like, again, to thank David and Dongjian for your very important and valuable interventions here this afternoon. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all our speakers, and not least my colleagues at the ISDP, in particular, Larissa Stünkel and Anna Jarmuth, who have made this forum possible. This was the Taiwan-Nordic Forum 2022. Our intention is to continue and have another forum next year, the Taiwan-Nordic Forum 2023. Let's hope that it will be possible for us to organize this also. Thank you all for this afternoon, and let's stay in touch. All the best and have a nice weekend.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for the sessions, and have a nice weekend as well.
Thank you.